to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome.
Time for intuitive listening with Trish Rock. Live from TrishRock.com.
Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio.
Or one of our websites,
askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv.
This is intuitive listening
on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hey, good morning, everybody, or good afternoon, wherever you are watching from. I'm Trish Rock, and welcome. All right, in today's show, I'm going to be giving us a general reading for the collective. And for this, I tune in to the energy of the people that might be watching live, which is you, and also anybody who will be watching the replay. And then I ask Universe for a card and a message, and I get a message for us as a collective that will be watching this. And I'm also going to be giving you a couple of other little tips today about raising your energy, because the card that came up for all of us this week was Paul the Venetian, Experiencing Grace. And this card really is about bringing your ideas to life. It's about really tuning in and listening to your intuition about what your flow is. What's the next step for you? What is it in your life that you can create now? And, really tuning into perhaps why you've felt blocked about that in the past and how you can now move forward from those blocks. And this week, they're saying to me that you really do have a lot of those inspired thoughts coming, and they are real prompts from Spirit to move forward with them this time. And some of those inspired thoughts that you get may be ideas that you've had in the past that you haven't acted on, or they might just be some of the gifts that you have really rising up to the surface and calling to be heard. So with that in mind, and this energy that we have for this week of really lots of inspiring ideas coming our way, lots of inner inspiration bubbling up, I want to talk to you about a few ways that you can really raise your vibration to really be in tune with all of this. So one of the biggest blocks for intuition, but also any of those inspired thoughts that you receive and, want to act on, and then the blocks come and the fear and all of that. But one of the biggest openings for that is a higher vibration. And a higher vibration comes when you are feeling more joy, more freedom, and really stepping out of the thoughts, actually. That's really what it's about, because it's those thoughts that lead us back to the blocks or the old fears. So I wanted to talk to you today about a couple of ways, really simple ways, that you can raise your vibration and really be an open channel for inspiration, for intuition, and for beautiful things to start coming your way and for you to be open enough to receive them. And these are really simple things that we all do, but when you deliberately do them and consciously do them, they really do raise your vibration. So the first one in the first tip to shift your energy is to smile, right? It seems simple, but when you smile, it changes your whole energy. It really does. It's kind of like you smile and all of your cells in the body kind of all of a sudden go, oh, we're in smiling mode, right? And it really lifts you. So smile as much as you can, and chemicals are released into your body when you smile as well, that make you feel good. And when you feel good, you open up all those channels for more things to come in that make you feel good, right? Pretty simple. The next thing is singing. Now, you can just sing to yourself if you want to, or sing in the car, sing around the office, sing around your family. Singing not only raises that vibration just like smiling does, but singing also opens up the throat chakra, which is your expression, it's your communication, it's your truth, and it's your creativity. So when you're singing, you're really in that authentic flow, and that also opens up beautiful pathways to it opens up beautiful pathways for you to receive really beautiful abundance into your life. And it makes you feel good. All right. The next thing is nature. Now, when you're really caught up in your mind, in the thoughts, in the stress of the day, maybe at work, maybe the stress of children, nature really is a calming, opening energy. So, and look, if you're in the middle of a city and you just can't get to nature, even if you can, have a pot plant near your desk, or even just close your eyes and think about a beautiful scene in nature, it will really start connecting you again, and that really helps you feel more aligned. Now, another one is breathing. Breathing is a really powerful tool to bring you back to the present moment. When we are out of alignment, when we are not in receiving mode, when we're not hearing those intuitive prompts, it's often because we're just stuck up in here in our minds and stuck maybe in some fear that's coming from past experiences. So when you can really breathe and just 3 or 4 breaths, in the moment will bring you to the moment, right? So, and you can just close your eyes and breathe, or sometimes I like to just follow the air going in, follow it coming out, just for a few breaths, because it brings you back to the moment. Now, when you're back in the moment, you can, when you're back in the moment, you are aligned again, and you're open to all the inspired ideas that are coming for you or through you, and you're also open to receiving more because you're out of that block from your mind. So there's just a few things this week that you can try, just try them out, and see if that raises your vibration and see how that makes you feel. Because feeling good is the doorway to your intuitive prompts. It's also the doorway to all your inspiration, and it's also that gateway to receiving, because if you're feeling good, you're saying to spirit, you're saying to universe, I'm feeling really great. Show me more things that will make me feel great. right? So on an energetic level, you're attracting more things in because of how you're feeling and the actual overall energy of your body will start attracting those things. So this week it really is about sharing your gifts. It says sharing your gifts with grace, and waves of inspiration and love are coming to you. Recognize your gifts today and express your creative self in a way that suits you. So that's really the energy for this week. All right, now I'm going to take a couple of callers. Now, I also just want to say thank you to everybody who's reached out and joined my page on Facebook. It's amazing. If you haven't joined yet, come over. It's Trish Rock Abundance. And come over and join the page. My co-host, Jonita Francis, and myself are putting on a workshop soon. It'll be an online workshop, and all the details of that will be going up on our pages. So head over there, and she will be talking about that as well. But we're very excited to be putting this on for you. So head over and like the page. And you may also like to subscribe to my YouTube channel, and you can find that just by searching Trish Rock. And I put up a weekly transformational message, and I also put up a weekly inspirational message for you. So I'd love to have you there. All righty. Now we've got Amanda in Edenderry from Ireland. How exciting. I've got a couple of friends in Ireland. All right.
How are you?
Amanda, how can I help you today, Amanda?
Hello. Hi, Trish. I'm actually just looking for a reading to connect with my parents. Basically, I lost my mother 6 years ago and recently just lost my father 2 weeks ago. I just like to know how they are, like if they have anything that they need to say. More just that I'm desperately missing them.
Okay, yeah.
Hello.
I didn't catch all of that, but did you say you lost your mother a few years ago?
I did, yes. And I recently lost my father 2 weeks ago.
Oh, gosh, I'm sorry to hear that.
Thank you.
Yeah. Yeah. I want you to know that they're together, obviously, and I feel they had a real soulmate connection. You know, not everybody who is in a relationship or a partnership is a soulmate connection, but I feel they really were. And I feel they've had many lifetimes together, and so they're kind of planning their next one now. And I just feel they was so much fun. You know, they were very curious, playful people, is what I'm hearing. So
yes, they were.
Yeah. I feel you get a little bit of that from them as well. Amanda,
I do sometimes.
Yeah. I feel you're a bit curious and playful too, and you know they are there when you're having that joy and when you're living those beautiful moments. So you know they're still experiencing that human joy and that human curiosity through you. So you know they're still around you, and they really love that you have that curiosity as well. To really, I feel that you do sense them around sometimes, but perhaps don't trust that. And
I'm kind of thinking that they're not.
Yeah. if you can really, on those moments when you are feeling that they're around, just try to tune out of your head and maybe do some breathing and really just tune into here, because this is in your heart is really where you'll hear the messages, not in here. So you just need to go like in here and out of your head when you sense that they are around, because you will get some intuitive messages. But the other thing is that I feel that they show you things as well, like they lead you to things in the physical. But once again, you're not really trusting that within yourself.
Yes. No, I don't think that I'm open enough to receive what they're trying to show me.
Yeah. But definitely know that they are around, and they're, planning their next adventure. And they certainly love the adventure you're having in your life. And whenever you're really having fun, and it's interesting because it's really tuning into the energy that I've just been talking about, that we're in for this week, about being playful, about having fun, about really being in alignment with joy. And when you're in that energy, you will notice their energy more, and you will really pick up on the messages. But I can see they've just got these really big smiles on their faces, and they're absolutely so proud of you, and they really just want to say that there's something that you are wondering about moving forward in. It might be something to do with money or moving home. They're saying to me that it's a good idea. So if you've been looking for some answers on that, they're saying that's a good idea. And
actually money that we're hoping on coming back.
Okay, yeah. So they're kind of saying, yes, it's a good idea. So listen to your intuition on that one, and maybe move forward with that. Yeah, but please know that they're around.
Yeah.
And they're certainly not in pain or anything. They're really just in a beautiful, loving energy now, as we are when we're in spirit, and really just enjoying the adventure with you now. Beautiful. I hope that's helped, Amanda. Thank you for coming on.
Thank you very much, Trish. Thank you so much for your reading.
You are very welcome, Amanda. Have an amazing rest of the day or evening.
And you. Thank you very much for everything.
You are very welcome. You are very welcome. All right. Now we've got Matty in Ahoskie, North Carolina. Ahoskie. Okay, awesome. Hello, Matty.
Oh. Hello. How are you?
I'm very well. How are you?
I'm still here. I'm hanging in there.
How can I help
Still
you?
going to... Huh?
How can I help you, Maddie? You have a question?
Yeah, I was concerned about my fiance's health, and I was wondering, is he's going to get any better with his health problems he's having?
Oh, who's that? Your husband or his son?
Fiance.
Oh, your fiance. Okay. Let me have a look here. Let's see what comes up.
He's Aquarius.
Yeah. You know, I feel for him that his some of the health issues are coming from worry in him. And, you know, sometimes it feels the other way around, like he's worrying because of the health issues, but some of the health issues are because of his worry. And I just really feel that if he could, you know, if he could really look to the future about, you know, perhaps what would, you know, what is his plan for future? What would he like to create in his life? What would he like to create in his future? Because I think that the worry is kind of making him it's keeping him in that same state is what I'm hearing. So that's, they just keep saying worry. So is he is he in a bit of a depressed kind of state?
Is he what? He has a heart problem. He had it for years, I believe.
Yeah. So is he feeling depressed though?
Yeah, sometimes.
Yeah. You know, I just really feel that the heaviness of that worry and, you know, feeling depressed about the whole thing is actually making it worse. So really the best thing that he could do on a daily basis to lift his energy and his vibration is to exactly what we're talking about here through this show, is to find ways to raise his vibration, to more ways to feel happy. And, you know, sometimes in life we focus on what's going wrong when there is a lot of things going right. And if he's your fiance, then obviously, you know, you've got a beautiful relationship blossoming there, and that's something beautiful to focus on. And I'm sure there's some other things in his life that are really happy and joyful. So I would really encourage him, Maddie, to start focusing on and start looking at the things that are great in life right now, and a bit less focus on the problems. Does that make sense?
Yeah, because he's into music, and I wonder if that's going to be successful also for him.
Right. Well, it will be successful if he thinks it will be successful. If he hasn't got a vision for the future, if he's you know, not thinking that you know, he's going to be around to enjoy that success, then, you know, he will sabotage it. So once again, he needs to really just tune in to what makes him happy. And if music lifts his energy and makes him happy, do that. And you just never know where that will actually lead.
Yeah, because that makes him real happy when he does that.
Yes, so I would encourage more of that, Maddie. And I think you're a beautiful influence on him as well. So do whatever you can do to have some fun around the house too.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah. I love him. I love him so much.
Well, good. I'm really pleased to have spoken to you, and thank you for calling in, and good luck with everything.
Okay.
All right.
Okay. Okay, I have one more question. It's about my son that's incarcerated right now. He's 17. Do you see years coming towards him or months coming towards him of what he had done?
I can't quite understand that. Do I have to? Yeah.
He's in jail. Yeah, he's in jail, and I've been, praying for him and stuff, and it's his first offense. And they said that he has 9 counts, and I wanted to know if they're going to give him less time or.
Right. Okay. Yeah. Look, I really feel that it's going to go well, but not everything that not everything that you're expecting in good results. But I think it will go. Okay. So.
Okay.
All right.
Okay.
All right. We'll have to wrap it up there. Thank you so much. And thank you everybody for listening again today. I love being here, and I hope you tune in every week. Once again, please head over to my Facebook page at Trish Rock Abundance and come and join us there. And also, I'd love for you to subscribe to my YouTube channel if you just search Trish Rock and subscribe there. It's been an absolute pleasure being here again today. Thank you. Have an amazing week, and I will see you next time. Bye for now.
to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, Enlightening Television. Welcome.
Time for Sapphire Souls with Amber Price. Live from amber-price.com.
Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/Psychic Radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv.
This is Sapphire Soul
On A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hello, everybody. Thanks for joining us, and Happy New Year. This is our first show for Sapphire Soul for 2020. So I hope that most of you had some time to reflect and some time to really, ground yourself. Maybe you spent time with family and friends, or maybe you got to actually have some alone time. Whatever it was, I hope that you got what you needed. So today we have an amazing show. I have a very special guest here today, Dr. Tiffany Hunt from Tuned In with Tiffany. I can't speak in 2020. Dr. Tiffany Hunt is a registered clinical and health psychologist and certified sound therapist. She obtained her PhD in clinical psychology from the University of Ottawa, Ontario, and her sound certification from the Institute of Traditional Medicine in Toronto, Ontario. Tiffany's a published author, and she is an adjunct professor of psychology at Brock University. She is currently working in private practice. Tiffany is a trauma-informed integrative practitioner. She is also an empath and intuitive counselor. She uses multiple modalities, including sound, to guide individuals through both their healing and life journeys. She's excited to be offering both individual and group sound sessions to facilitate the process of becoming tuned in. Welcome, Tiffany.
Thank you so much for having me.
I am so excited to speak to you today about all of the great things that sound therapy has to offer.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm really excited to be offering both group and individual sound sessions. I come from a background in talk therapy, which is very left brain. However, we know that a lot of emotions are stored in the right side of the brain, and for meditation and emotional release, sound is an awesome intervention to get at some of those things.
It really is. Like, you have your singing bowls here.
Yes.
Correct?
Yeah.
So do you want to show one of them and see?
Sure. So as you can see, I'm a fan of color.
I'm a little bit matching this. Yeah. This is a beautiful bowl.
So this is one of my babies. This is a C note. So you can get them in different notes and tones to match along if you wanted to play to a certain chakra, or if you're looking for a certain type of release or just relaxation. So when I play, I usually have a variety. I actually have bowls and several other instruments. So I have chimes, I also have rattle, I have spirit drums. So it's really a variety that's tailored to create meditation and emotional release.
And you know what I found very interesting, because I have very limited experience with sound therapy. I have had a few experiences, and even with you just doing it when you first got here, I was really, my whole body kind of shivered because it really resonates. And I find that's what I'm most intrigued by, because it triggers something.
Oh, absolutely. I come from a background in trauma as well. And so we know that, again, trauma is stored in the right part of the brain, and it's also stored physically in the body. And a lot of people after sessions will say that they had, both an experience of emotional release, but also physical sensations that they notice in their body as well,
yes.
Which is really cool.
Yeah, and that's what, just even talking about it, like I'm actually getting chills again. So it really, I guess, you said this was a C note, so there's different...
Yeah, there's different tones. So I can play this a bit so the listeners can hear it.
Yeah.
For a while.
Wow.
Yeah, and then I also brought the spirit drum, which is a really pretty tones too.
So, I don't know what that was supposed to spark, but I'm telling you, I just saw fertility everywhere. So I don't know whose message that belongs to out there, but it's not mine.
Not mine either.
And actually, do you want to show that one too? Because that's a beautiful color.
Yeah. Beautiful colors, lovely overtones, right? Like almost tones that can be, it's really interesting, can evoke a lot of childhood memories. Again, everyone's experience is a little bit different. Sometimes they've got some haunting and lingering tones too.
Ooh.
So,
oh my goodness.
Yeah.
So what types of people might look for this type of sound therapy?
So it's really for anybody, coming into the new year, lots of busyness. It's a great way just for stress release.
Mm-hmm.
As a very busy brain person, I know I find it difficult initially when I started trying to meditate. And I like it when there is that additional component of sound because it gives you something to focus on.
Yes, it really does it feels almost you're grounded into the meditation. You're kind of pulled in, right?
Yep. And that's what's kind of neat about the sound sessions is it's really intended to take you on a journey as well. Yeah.
Yeah. And when you haven't experienced something like this, you may not have an idea of what to expect, obviously, but also maybe what kind of profound impact that something like sound therapy may have on you. So if you're looking to experience something new or a different type of therapy that you haven't already tried, and that incorporated with spiritual counseling would definitely bring to light different things that might be hidden down in there, or bring up thoughts and emotions and memories of things that you haven't actually been able to deal with in the right brain, right?
Absolutely. Yeah. And I find with the sound too, it does, like sometimes it evokes memories, physical sensations, emotional release. But it's also a way, a lot of times, whether it's through stress or depression or trauma, people have found that they've kind of lost themselves and actually lost their voice. So it's a nice way to reconnect with your voice and also, right, like to empower yourself.
Yeah, and I find that, a lot of the readings that I'm doing right now are all about, who am I, or where did I go, or how do I find myself, and how do I find myself in a relationship, or how do I find myself in this job, or as a parent. Like, nobody's listening. I feel like I'm speaking and no one's hearing me.
Exactly. Yeah. And that's a common theme, right, that comes up with stress. Again, anxiety, depression, trauma is being a bit lost or feeling like really dismissed or unheard. So it is a nice way to help with some of that stuff that we're carrying, to find a way to release that.
Yes, because when we talk about release, like when I talk to my clients and in giving them their session, whether it's life coaching or psychic or medium, whatever it is, a lot of the times when we're talking about releasing, we're talking about how can we open up our chakras? How can we get that to really be expressive? So sometimes it's through art or singing yourself, or having a shower, going for a walk, physical activity. And so this is just an alternative method for you to really get inspired to trigger that responsive release.
Yeah, absolutely. And for people who are open and receptive to that, I do encourage them to express or to vocally tone. So just to qualify, you don't have to be an amazing singer.
I'm definitely not, so that's good to know.
But it is really fascinating. And again, it's symbolically, right, like to help you find your voice, to emote through sound. It is a nice way to help people on their own healing and spiritual journeys as well.
Yes, because when you think about it, one of the main things, like look at how big the music industry is.
Absolutely.
Like music is something that a lot of people resonate with. I myself, if I need to have some time alone, I go for a drive in my car and I listen to my music. And so when you think about that, even that type of music will bring up those emotions or memories, or give you that, okay, I feel okay now, I'm grounded, I can come back to reality for a few minutes, right?
Yeah. Yeah. And it's just interesting too, because you notice when, like with little kids, right, like they'll just sing or they'll hum when they're happy, and a lot of adults seem to have lost that.
Yes.
So I encourage people again, start singing again in your car, start singing in your shower, do what you need to do to reconnect with your voice again.
Because when you are blocked, especially in your throat chakra, when you're blocked, you tend to seize up that voice, right? So to be able to put yourself out there and do the humming and the singing, it really is putting yourself back in that vulnerable situation.
Absolutely. Yeah. And so it is, that's the thing. It's extremely vulnerable. And I know when I've invited people to tone before, they're like, what? You want me to actually sing or tone with the both? Yes. Yes, I do.
Outside your comfort zone.
But it is nice, again, it helps with that sense of finding your voice, with empowerment again, right? And finding your sense of self.
So how can we find you? Like, how can we find what services you're offering? Like, what types of experiences might one expect?
Sure. So right now I'm offering some group sound bath sessions I have a couple events coming up through Empower Yoga in Grimsby. You can find me at Tuned In with Tiffany on Facebook and email tiff@tunedinwithtiffany.com. So I am running some group sessions there. I also do individual sessions. So most times people just contact me through email. So whether it's done at a facility or through home, we arrange it that way.
Great. And of course, Tiffany is in Grimsby, Ontario, Canada. And so you can connect with her through any of those social media outlets, and or send us any questions that you might have, you know,
absolutely.
Contact us. So what are we looking at when we were talking about the release? What are your kind of insights as an intuitive counselor into what our viewers might hear or expect, or what the first couple months of 2020 might bring for them?
Yeah, it's definitely, whether you want to say it's a time, I don't know if I'm a fan of resolutions or more, right, like intention setting.
Yes,
so kind of taking that time to reflect, like we're just coming off winter solstice, right, which is a good time to release anything and also to set new intentions as well. So yeah, and I find for a lot of people, right, like stress comes up quite readily, and just looking at, how busy our lives are, and sometimes this notion, right, like more is better, and filling in our day. I would invite people, to look at where they can take the time, like this is winter, to slow down.
Yes.
This is supposed to be a time of restoration, and to reflect on how are you incorporating that restoration in your life, or where are you giving yourself permission to slow down?
Absolutely. And I love that, you're identifying that winter is that time to kind of slow down, because here in Canada specifically, we have quite a gruesome winter sometimes. We have lots of unpredictable weather. Yeah. And so not a lot of people like to go out in the evening, especially, right? Once it starts to get dark. And so we kind of hibernate like animals, right? Yeah. We kind of hibernate.
Going to black bear mode.
That's right. And so that's what our body and our soul and our mind really do need to be able to, restore,
to replenish,
and the 3 R's, and then just and just really be able to reflect. And I'm with you on the resolution thing, because I didn't want to set resolutions this year. I'm not really good for doing that no matter what. But I really set goals, because I felt like when I set goals for myself, I am a lot more driven to achieve them.
Absolutely.
When I set resolutions, I kind of feel like, oh, well, they're going to break anyways. Like, growing up, I always heard, oh, don't make a New Year's resolution, they're going to break anyhow. So, so that's just my generational belief. But basically, when you have a goal or you have an intention, you're able to kind of follow it through, because you're putting personal responsibility and accountability, right?
Exactly.
And so that is extremely helpful. And when you have this time in the winter to sit and reflect, you have that time to actually plan and manifest what your goals are going to do. And so, did you have any crazy, profound intentions?
Actually, I think to continue with expressions of gratitude.
Yes.
I offered, a sound session for veterans and first responders, and
wow.
I found when it, again, operating from that place of giving back and, offering something to help the helpers, it was just really nice and well received. And again, I think following through with that throughout the year, finding things to be grateful for and finding means of expressing that gratitude as well.
Oh, absolutely. I think that's just a wonderful thing that you did to offer to them, because I find that industry, the first responders, veterans, it is something that, that is an industry in which people can use that sound therapy to do the release, to release all of that stuff that they're kind of holding in their soul.
Yep.
So that is amazing that you do that. Now, when you are looking at setting an intention for a spiritual wellness, and we're talking about the left brain, the right brain, what would some complementary things do? Like for mindfulness versus sound therapy, what kinds of things might our viewers benefit from if they're thinking about doing the whole body, mind, and soul?
Well, I think just starting out with the recognition that the two are connected.
Yes, absolutely.
You can't separate out mind and body.
Yeah.
Your physical health is also going to capture, right, like your mental well-being and vice versa. So I do find that a lot of time people have become quite detached from their bodies and don't even recognize where they're carrying their own physical stress. So through mindfulness-based practices, right? Like even a general body scan, like head to toe or toe to head, just checking in, like what do I notice in my body at all?
Yes.
And again, it is taking that and giving yourself that permission to pause, to do just that. Take the opportunity to notice things.
Yes.
And not just within your body. Like I feel, again, it's rush. So even taking that time to slow down, even when you're in nature, just stop and appreciate, right? Like the beauty that's around you.
Yes.
And taking those moments, again, give yourself permission to have those mindful pauses and for you to hit the reset button as well.
Absolutely. And I think one of the wonderful points that you said about it being in nature, I find that I can release so much as soon as I'm outside. Like actually even today I was saying, I feel claustrophobic inside these walls. We've had a lot of parties, we've had a lot of visitors, we've had just a lot of general energy that comes from this time of year. And so I felt like, well, I have free will to go outside anytime I want. And I have been out, I have been outside these walls. However, I felt like in that moment, I felt like I hadn't been out in weeks. And so it was just a matter of stepping outside for 5 minutes and feeling the sun and the brisk, cool air. And it really did.
Makes a difference.
Oh, yeah, it really did. Now, will you be offering sound therapy sessions in a forest bathing type environment?
That's a goal.
Yeah.
Now, speaking of intentions and goal setting. Yes, I have done sessions outside before, and I do feel like there's just that heightened connection with nature, with spirituality. So, yeah, great segue and nice. Yeah. We're just generating the ideas.
That's
here.
right. Yeah, we're manifesting as we speak.
So for sure, I would love to do something like that, in spring and also with summer solstice coming up too, right? Like that would be great to set that up.
That's amazing. And you know what I just saw you doing? The spiritual people are coming now. I just saw you offering sound therapy to school-age children, like where you go into schools and offer, some sort of expertise or for sure.
Yeah,
I just saw them doing. Sorry.
So apparently it's going to happen at a school.
That's
somewhere.
right. And because I just felt like it was, the presentation of what you were able to provide and really allowing them to feel what it feels like to understand, because I think there needs to be a lot more education to our youngsters about being okay to be in your body, knowing that sometimes your soul can come outside of your body, and really allowing your mental brain, your ego, to know that anytime you're unhappy or happy or disconnected or connected, all of those things are okay.
Right.
And so to know that you can kind of have these resources such as sound therapy to kind of help you along your journey.
Yeah. definitely. And kids are going to notice that too, just like adults. Like, your mind is going to wander, and that's okay. But having kind of these anchors, whether it's sound or breath, right, like your sensation in the body, to help kind of bring you back or give you something to refocus your attention, or to, right, again, just to notice. Yeah, definitely helpful.
I find that when you were doing that with your
spirit drum or bowl?
The bowl.
Okay, yeah.
That the cat, I have a cat, and I noticed that she kind of woke up and looked around, and then she kind of gave like a little purr and then went back to sleep. So for her to resonate with it as well, like, you know, animals are pets. And even wild animals are very, very in tune to sound and, of course, all of their senses. And humans can really take some, you know, kind of like hints from them, because we should be tuning in to all of our senses. Absolutely. And so, you know, when we're not using them enough, or we're not, you know, trusting in our faith enough to know that we're hearing or seeing or feeling or tasting or whatever.
Sure. And sometimes, right, like, we are going to need a little bit of a boost or a little bit of help raising our own vibrational frequencies, right? So this is also a really nice means to, right, like, raise your own vibrational frequency. And again, this is often a time where people are feeling that stress and that depletion. So it's a great way, again, to kind of just relax, and then also, again, raise your vibrations too.
Yeah. And so when we're talking about, I'm just going to go with, we're talking about our resolutions or non-resolutions, our kind of intentions and goals. What are you looking at in way of incorporating sound with any other modality, like maybe aromatherapy or anything like that?
Yeah, so funny you mentioned that. Usually in my individual sessions, I will offer, right, like a choice of different roller balls just to get started. So it's a nice way, right, like to do the deep breaths, right, like, and just to cleanse to begin. I find with sound, right, like, it is really a more integrative approach, you know, and taps back into some, right, like, traditional medicine as well. So it's really an opportunity to invite other modalities. I also have tuning forks as well.
Oh, yes, okay.
Which is nice, right? Some people like that, you know, just to hear, but also if they can be placed on different parts of the body. I have the weighted tuning forks, so it can also help with other ailments like pain as well.
Oh, that's wonderful.
Yeah.
That's wonderful. Yes. I think that's something that I'm looking forward to doing, is having a session with you so that I can actually experience the whole thing, right?
Yeah.
Because I know the idea of sound therapy, but to actually experience it. Yeah. Because it is so profound. It does make such a difference. And so, you know, who knows what will come out or up or
exactly. Yeah. And that's
what will happen.
Fascinating is, you know, like, when it's in a group setting, I will invite people and suggest a couple of possible intentions. We agree upon intentions as a group, but of course I always encourage individual intentions as well. When I work individually, again, you know, we generate some ideas, and then the individual selects, you know, their intention for the session. But it is fascinating because it both in group and then in individual, I will have a debrief at the end, and it's amazing to hear what people's experiences are and what different instruments evoke different imagery, emotions, or physical sensations for people.
Wow. It's so fascinating. And it's such an amazing therapy in order to help people, because not every therapy is going to, like, treat or help somebody the exact same way.
Yeah,
so to have these options is great.
Exactly. And it's definitely one of those things, like, it's something to try. It may fit for you, it may not. But again, it is a nice way, right, that it's not as physically demanding, right, as going to a yoga class. Yes. Like, basically all you have to do, if you can lay there and breathe or sit and breathe, you are all set.
Yes. Which is
so I play around you. Yeah.
Which is great for people who maybe have mobility restrictions.
Yes.
Right. Or who aren't
chronic
able.
Pain.
Yes. Yeah. Chronic pain. You know, I suffer with chronic pain, and some days it's like, oh my gosh, am I going to get up and move today?
Yeah.
And so to know that would help evoke some healing or some release to help with that.
Absolutely. Yeah.
So just quickly, do you do any couples sessions? Like, right now, the reason I'm asking is because 2020 is kind of hitting and everybody is saying, what am I doing in my relationship? How am I supposed to blend with somebody? How is this supposed to work? And so I think these are just normal questions, regardless of what year it is.
Yeah.
But is sound therapy something couples can do together?
I'd be open to that. I haven't ventured in there yet, but definitely, yeah, because I'm already working in group settings. So if there were just, like a couple that wanted to experience that together, for sure. And that would be like an interesting point for debriefing and reflecting upon after too.
Absolutely. Like I would imagine it would be a very personal, intimate, unique experience between the two people where they're connecting on such a soul level. And when we talk about people having soulmates or twin flames, connecting with something like sound therapy would really manifest a much stronger spiritual connection.
I'm sensing a Valentine's Day program.
I think so. I think this is good. I love how spirit kind of connects and is allowing us to really work together and come up with some great experiences that people can benefit from down the road.
Yeah, but absolutely the session could be tailored, right? Like to a couple's intention as well.
Yeah, I think that's a great idea. And I'm looking forward to seeing that.
Yeah, absolutely.
Well, Dr. Tiffany Hunt, thank you so much for coming to Sapphire Souls today.
Yes, thanks so much for having me.
Oh, you're welcome. And again, you can find Tiffany on Facebook on her Tuned In with Tiffany page. And so if you have any questions for her, please feel free to message her directly there. And as always, I can be found on amber-price.com. And if you have any questions for me, you can email me directly from my website. So thank you very much for tuning in today with both of us. And I will see you next week. Enjoy the rest of your day.
A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome. Time for the Ask Rebecca radio show with Rebecca Russo. Live from AskRebecca.guru. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio.
Or one of our websites,
AskOneRadio.com or Moonstruck.tv. This is the Ask Rebecca radio show on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hi, everyone. Welcome to the Ask Rebecca radio show. Thanks for joining me. I hope everyone is doing well. This past week, you may have been experiencing all sorts of things. We had the lunar eclipse full moon on the 10th, which may have brought major unexpected news into your life, maybe even some life-changing events. A lot of what may have popped up would have started in 2019, so this could be some sort of a completion cycle for you. Lots of high emotions, maybe some drama, maybe a lot of drama surrounding home, real estate, housing, and family. Some of what came up could be things that will affect the big picture or your long-term future plans. So I just feel like some of you were just caught off guard by some news or information from either a family member or, you know, again, it kind of, to me, it all feels like it had to do with the home, family, real estate, housing, things like that. Another big astrological event was the Saturn-Pluto conjunction, which only happens every 34 years. And this planetary alignment can shatter old foundations that you've been living your whole life on in order to rebuild new ones. So this energy, it can be a little depressing at times, especially if you aren't prepared. However, if you've been planning, strategizing, working hard on yourself and making positive changes in your life for the last, several weeks, years, months, whatever, basically you've been working on yourself for the future, then this energy can wipe out any sort of negative karma and actually manifest opportunities along with helping you plant seeds for the future. So lots of positive energy with this as well. So it's kind of like it's going to shake up your world, rattle your world a little bit, and then turn around and actually be a really positive manifestation for you. Now, we also started a new 28-day moon cycle on January 10th, and this moon cycle is called Resonant Moon of Attunement. And let me grab the calendar for you because I'm going to actually read what it says to you. Hold on here. I'm bookmarked some pages. So here's what the calendar looks like, which the artwork on this is really cool. And then let me get to what it says. All right. Okay, it says, and this energy is all about channel, inspire, and attunement. And it says, humans are resonant beings. Whatever energies we are exposed to, we have the ability to resonate with or vibrate at like frequency with. Notice, for example, how our moods can be influenced by the channel on the radio and the emotional, physiological, or mental states which are evoked by the music's vibration. By accessing keen perception of energies and vibrations, we can be more selective of what we bring into our field of play. This discernment directs us to find our own state of right alignment within any situation, as well as surround ourselves with what inspires us. Our mystic power is the strength of our personal attunement. The power of 7 is demonstrated as the central mystical channel by the 7 energy centers known as the chakras, which resonates through the conduits of our human spines, from our base root survival center to our highest crown illumination center. Each chakra is a sensitive receptor and transmitter. The cumulative vibration of the 7 chakras determines our being's frequency at each moment. As creative channels, we bring spirit into matter according to the frequencies we are tuned to. When we encounter the 7th chamber of the 13th day wave spell cycle, resonant in parts, vibration creates resonant structure, which is felt and perceived on many levels. Acknowledge the frequencies you are surfing at any given moment. Exercise your ability to assist others vibrationally. Allow inspiration to move through the sacred corridor. Be directed. Follow the frequencies that serve you. Attune your vessel. So that is kind of what you're going to be experiencing over the next 28 days. And you might start really attuning to the energies around you, and you might feel inspired to work with those energies. You might feel inspired to learn more about your chakras. You may even want to channel information. It just really all depends on where you are in your evolution, what this energy will do for you over the next 28 days. But either way, it's going to be awesome. Okay, quick admin note before I get into this week's intuitive messages. Those of you local to Orlando, I still have 9 spots available for this Saturday's Aura Photography and Chakra Balancing event. Perfect timing, and I didn't even know it when I planned the event about the moon cycle we were going to be in. Anyway, bring a friend. Come find out what color your aura is and if your chakras are out of balance. You'll receive a 29-page report along with a crystal energy healing to balance your chakras based on what your photo report says about your chakras. You get to pick your own appointment time, and if you're interested or for more information, or if you just want to register, you can text me at 407-374-3133, or you can follow the link in the description box if you are watching this on my YouTube channel after the fact. Also, save the date for February 8th for another Meditation and Mimosas meet and greet. And this one I'll be doing in person and live through video if you can't make it in person, but you'll have to provide your own mimosas. But I'll give you a little discounted pricing since I won't be supplying them for you. Lastly, if you're interested in an opportunity to work from home part-time or full-time, I'll be emailing out a video with information on what this is all about in the next few weeks. Be sure to get added to my email list if you want to know more information about this, or if you're interested in this at all. And again, you could just text me at 407-374-3133 with your email address. All right, let's get into what you can expect from tonight, January 16th through to January 23rd, as an overall theme, and then areas of love, work, finances, health, and spirituality. General themes. This week is another round of deciding what path needs to be cleared in order for you to plant those new seeds to grow. And if you're not sure what in your life needs cleaning up or what seeds you want to plant, don't stress about it. You will be guided and you will be shown. It will be revealed to you when the time is right. Just pay attention to what's going on in your life. Who are you spending time with? Are you having issues at work or in love? What are you feeling? What are you thinking about? What are you worrying about? Are you seeing number sequences everywhere? Are you seeing certain animals everywhere? Does something keep popping up over and over again into your reality? You get the idea, right? God is always showing you what areas of your life need to be cleared in order to fulfill your life purpose. So you just have to really pay attention to what is going on. Become the observer of yourself and your life and your surroundings, and really pay attention, and you will be in a much better place. It's a great starting point. New beginnings are going to be the new norm. Change will be constant this year. A new you is emerging, and you'll have a continuous supply of aha moments and growth, some through new challenges and some through challenges that you've already overcome. And it's going to be an interesting year. By the end of it, you will see yourself and life more clearly, and you're going to start feeling this energy this week. And that's just going to play on throughout the rest of the year and even further. A few of you could be struggling this week with trying to figure out why exactly it is you feel abandoned, feel alone, maybe even feel a little out of control, or like you have no control over situations, and that you're just feeling separate from others. Maybe you're just feeling like you're the outcast. You'll be healing some fragments of your soul, psyche, and body, and that's why that is coming up for you. It needs to be healed. It needs to be integrated so that you can move forward in your life. Some of you may still see some things pop up around family and home, both positive and negative. And I feel someone may be helping a woman with dark hair and dark eyes. Some of you may also notice that all of a sudden people are coming to you for insight or advice. And there's a caution for some of you not to get stuck in things that are already over and done with. I see some of you being sucked into drama, so make sure that you don't allow yourself to get sucked in, and make sure you're not the one that's creating the drama or dwelling on anything that has happened to you ever. Just don't dwell on it. Let's see. I see some of you strengthening your faith in general and in yourself. I see new projects, prospects, and opportunities this week, and some of you are coming through an emotionally difficult time, and the energy finally lifts off of you this week, and you're going to feel more balanced again. Work, for those of you employed, things may have been tough recently for some of you, and this week you see a shift in the way you experience work. You're thinking more positively, and you're realizing you have all the power and the control over your working life. You may be thinking of what your ideal work situation would be. Maybe you're thinking about starting your own business, maybe a side hustle. Either way, you're just starting to figure out how to make it happen and what it is that you actually want. Right now, I really feel like it's figuring out what you want, and you're starting to have those aha moments. And I see some of you bringing personal items from home to work to make your space feel more like your own. And I see some helpful women as well. And lastly, I see lots of progress for everyone. So it feels like a really positive work week. Those of you that are looking for a job, I do see some of you receiving a lead or getting hired by a woman. Possibly, I feel like for a couple of you, it may be a male with feminine qualities or feminine energies, just maybe more soft and empathic and compassionate, so it just feels like a softer energy. And some of you are working on certifications and training programs for a new position. Love, those of you in committed relationships and dating seriously, and for you singles, this week is for both of you. I'm just feeling strategizing, planning, desperation, clarity, and an upbeat attitude. So you could be experiencing any number of those things or all of them in relationships and if you're single. Finances, money feels good. I feel increase now for some and more to come soon for others. And some of you may be splurging on yourself a little bit. You're feeling good and you just want to do something for yourself. And I say go for it. Just don't get crazy and overspend. And many of you, I just feel, are counting your blessings and you're just feeling really, really grateful. And that's a good energy to be in, because that is going to attract more into your life. It will just attract more abundance, not just financial abundance, but just abundance in general. The universe is always providing for you. It may not always show up in money, but it'll show up in people. It'll show up in time, energy, food, anything that you might need. Health. Some of you may be struggling with letting go of something someone did to you in the past, and it's manifesting illness in your body. And if this resonates with you, try to work on forgiveness and a positive outlook, because I really feel like some of you are having symptoms of this right now, and you're kind of trying to figure out, well, what's going on with me? I'm going to the doctor's saying nothing's wrong, and there's just some symptoms that are happening for some of you that I feel like you just don't know what it is. That's what it is. So take a look at that. The other group of you I see with some health issues that have physically manifested is due to not putting yourself first. You're constantly putting everything and everyone else's needs before your own, and it's starting to take a toll on you mentally, physically, and emotionally. So create some me time. Please do it for yourself. It's okay. It's not selfish. Let other people be responsible for their own lives, their own feelings, their own choices, and so on. You are not responsible for anybody but yourself. Obviously, if you have young children and children, they're going to depend on you, but trust me when I tell you, they will be the first ones that want you to be happy and healthy. And if you just communicate with them, they are so much more wise than you give them credit for. Just let them know that you need 30 minutes for yourself right now so that you can be a better parent for them, and that you just need to rest for a minute, and you're going to go take a hot bath and just decompress for a minute. Your kids will understand that if you express it to them in that way instead of in a frustrating, annoyed way with them. Spirituality tests could pop up to teach you to trust yourself. No one knows better what you need than you. Don't let other people project their will onto you and what they would do. It's your life, not theirs. It's okay to listen to advice and opinions, but ultimately you need to decide for yourself. And some of you will be making a fresh spiritual start this week. That wraps up this week's intuitive messages. So let me get to tonight's caller. I have Lillian in Camden, New South Wales, Australia. Hi, how are you?
Hey, good. How you going?
I'm doing all right. How are things over there? Are you anywhere near all those fires?
Yes, it's been just hectic. There's so much smoke in the air, and now we've got a whole heap of water, and so that's really good.
Oh, well, good. I'm glad you've got a little bit of relief. Yeah, I just feel like it's very, very stressful and very tense right now where you're at. And I mean, I feel like you're okay from the fire, but I do feel like you're dealing with the smoke and the heat and like dust. And I don't know, I just feel like there's a lot of other things besides the actual fire itself that's affecting you more, if that makes sense.
Yes. Yeah, definitely.
Okay. Well, I'm sending you lots of love and prayers, and, my thoughts are with everyone over there. How can I help you tonight? Is there anything specific that you would like to talk about?
I don't know, maybe my budgie died the other night. That's why I'm probably...
Your who died? I'm sorry, who passed away? Lillian? Okay. All right. So I'm going to just talk to you guys for a minute while we get Lillian back, because we lost her with the connection. So maybe what I'll do is send everybody a little bit of energy. All right. Lillian, are you back?
Yes, I don't know what happened.
Okay. I don't know what happened either, but that's okay. So the last thing I heard is that you lost, I want to say you said buddy, but I'm not sure. You lost someone in your life recently?
My bird, my budgie.
Oh, your birdie. Okay. Okay. What was your birdie's name? Birdie?
Oh, his name was Ollie, and he died unexpectedly the other night. He was only 5 years old. And then I said, I've been with my partner for 6 years, so I don't know, surprise me.
Oh, yeah, I feel, yeah, it's weird. I actually feel like it might be respiratory things with him, with your bird. Was, for some reason, I'm getting, was he similar to like an African gray?
No, he was a Australian budgie. He was a small green bird.
Okay, nothing like an African gray.
No.
I'm sorry that you lost him. I'm not really good at communicating with animals that have passed away, but what I am getting is that I feel like it was some sort of respiratory, or it's something that I think that breed of bird can get. So if you did a little bit of research, I think you would get an answer to what happened. I feel like it's something that is known about this specific bird, and he's like one in so many chances.
Oh, okay, no worries. Oh, thank you.
Yeah, yeah. I now have some other stuff for you. If you want to hear some other things, I'm sorry that I can't connect you with your bird.
Yes, please. Yes, please. Go for it.
Okay, perfect. So I feel like even though you have a lot of things going on right now in your home life situation, and obviously with the living situation, what's going on over there, I do feel like a lot of strong, positive, and uplifting energy around you. And I do feel a lot of feminine energy, actually. And I feel like there's a connection with a friend. I feel like something is going to go on with you and one of your close friends that I don't know if you're going to be doing some sort of project together, but I feel like this year something awesome happens with a friend. And this friend sometimes could be very loving, nurturing, and caring and compassionate, but at the same time, I feel kind of like flamboyant and very into herself as well. Does that resonate with you at all?
Yeah, I've got a few friends of that nature. That I think I have an idea of who it might be.
So I feel like something like that is I want to say it's right around the April time frame, and I don't know if you guys are going to be planning something or it just feels like it's some sort of either event or you're doing something together and you're having a really, really good time. And I do feel like it deals with other women as well. So I don't know, maybe you guys are going to get together and have a party or something. How are you feeling with work?
I recently completed my diploma of nursing, so I'm just job searching at the moment.
You're looking, right? You're looking for something new?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So that is it. To me, this feels like a matter of weeks. And I do feel, because again, there's just this strong feminine energy around you. And I feel like there's going to be a woman that plays a really big role in helping you find a job that's connected to what you're looking for. So make sure you're telling all of your girlfriends, even, anybody, just share it with everybody. Because I feel like there's somebody that's going to really, really play a huge role, and you're going to be getting a lot accomplished. Like, I feel like you're really going to be feeling proud of yourself this year when it comes to career, it comes to friendships, love. If you are, I feel like there's a possibility, I'm not sure if you are in a relationship right now. If you are, I'm not picking up on that very strongly. But what I am picking up on is that you may meet someone through a friend that has light colored hair, and that it's important for you to make sure that you're getting out.
Okay, no worries. Yeah, I've been with my current partner for 6 years.
For 8 years?
6, yeah.
Oh, 6 years. Okay.
Yeah.
I still feel like you're going to meet someone. Maybe it doesn't end up being a lover. It could just be some sort of platonic friendship, or maybe some sort of spiritual advisor, or maybe it could be some sort of a mentor or a boss. But I do feel like you are going to meet someone through a friend that has light colored hair that feels like male energy to me. And this person does play a positive influence in your life. So unless something happens in your relationship between now and the time I feel this person coming in, then it's just somebody that's platonic. Finances, I feel like you're going to be good. I'm sorry, go ahead.
Oh, no, I was just going to say it's exciting.
Okay, yeah, it is really, I feel like you've got so much positive things coming into your life this year that your head is going to spin with all of the good things, which I feel like you absolutely deserve, because I feel like you've been stressed out and you've been working really, really hard over the last couple of years, especially this past year. The only caution that I had for you was to make sure to be careful financially. I feel like you could be tempted to overspend or shop a little bit too much because you're feeling really good, right? You're going to be like, oh, I want to shop and buy things. So that's the only caution that I have for you. So I have 30 seconds left. Lillian, thank you so much for calling in. Let me know if all those things come true to manifest for you. I'd love to get feedback. Everybody else, I will see you next week. Have a great week. Bye.
listening to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome.
Time for Insights into Consciousness with Anna Olson. Live from AnnaOlsonIntuitive.com.
Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio.
Or one of our websites,
AskOneRadio.com or Moonstruck.tv.
This is Insights into Consciousness
On A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hi, good evening. I'm Anna Olson here on Insights into Consciousness here on A1R Radio. I'm your host tonight for this segment, and tonight I am winging it. I'm just going to talk about whatever the guides tell me to talk about. I do have a couple things prepared. The first thing I wanted to go over is when our new moon and full moon is and what that will look like. And then I want to go over this week's herb or flower and a stone or crystal. And then I want to go over how to read for yourself as a practice for daily guidance or even weekly guidance, or however it is that you want to do that. Some people start out weekly, monthly, bi-monthly, and then they can increase as they get better or as they get more used to it. And then I'm also going to do a watcher's reading question and answer and how I got that answer. So I'm really starting to implement how I do my readings and how other people can do their own readings at home, because I really love to teach other people how to get started on doing this for themselves, because there are so many people who want readings. I can't always fit everybody into my weekly schedule, and we can't always answer every single call on our shows, although we would absolutely love to. So I would just love to do a few of the questions that my guides will tell me that people will be needing to ask who will be viewing tonight or listening. And then I will answer those on the air, and I'll tell you how I got it. So first off, new moon is going to be January 24th, and we're in 2020 now. So we're going to have a new moon in Aquarius. What that means is a good time to commit to your personal goals, which is fantastic because we're in January and there's a lot of goal setting and people really trying to set some goals. Now, when we're doing this personal goal setting, we want it to be something that's a little outside the box, something that we're not used to doing at this time of year, because Aquarius is all about stepping out of your comfort zone. And the first thing that you're going to want to do during the Aquarius the new moon, is you're going to want to really think about what it is that will hit the hardest to set you in the direction you want to go in. So we're not talking about, I want to go back to the gym again, although I haven't been for 6 months, and I'll just follow that old goal that I know I should be doing. No, we're not going to do any of the boring stuff. We want big stuff. We want, I'm going to call and get an interview with this place that I've been thinking about and dreaming about for 5 years. I want to go take this art class and see if I can maybe go and sell some of my art. I want to, think outside the box. I want to go to this new place I've never been to, travel to this new country I've never been to, save for a trip to a place I've never been that I've been dreaming about for a while. We want all of the things that we have been trying or committing to focus on for a long time. We want to do the big stuff this new moon. We want to plant those seeds, okay? So the other thing about the new moon, January 24th in Aquarius, is that we want to have surgeries during the waning moon. That's the best time. Now, there are guides to every day of the month, of the year, of the century, and it will tell you exactly where you should not have a surgery that day. And it's a good guide to follow. I've had, I think, over 7 surgeries now just on basic stuff, nothing too scary, but every time I've had a surgery, in the past 5 years or so, I've looked at the calendar for the new moon, the full moon, where it is on the horoscope, on the, where space is at that time, where the planets are. And there's a specific guide. It's a good idea to follow it. I have noticed that I recover better when I do it this way. I visualize anyway, and that helps me with recovery. But it's always a good way to know when to schedule a surgery. That is important. So the upcoming full moon is going to be on February 9th. This is going to be our full moon in Leo. And on the full moon, February 9th, this is a no way on your surgeries. Do not have a surgery on this day. You're going to want to do those surgeries on the waning moon. The next day is fine, February 10th, but you're going to want to, again, look at the guide for the organs. You can find those online. There's a ton of guides about which organs or places to do surgeries on what days, and then there's a definite no on some days. February 9th is a no-go on surgery in general. But this upcoming full moon in Leo, this is a fire sign. So this, again, it's really convenient to have this full moon in Leo right after we have a new moon in Aquarius, because you're going to set all those great goals that personal goals that are kind of outside the box, that are a little bit more exciting. You're stretching yourself a little bit more to do these. And then our full moon in Leo, when we're going to be really releasing the old stuff and letting them bloom, that's going to be a fire sign full moon, which means it's kind of like setting that fire under us and motivating us to really get things done. So it's a really good next couple of months that we're going to be having for setting some goals in general. So now's a good time. Don't burn yourself out, though. The same, the double-edged sword with Leo being a fire sign is that you can't overdo it. So we don't want to set all these goals and do all this stuff and get all motivated, but burn ourselves out with that same fire. So regulate it, balance it out, little bit at a time, within reason. We don't want to go too crazy. We don't want to go into debt for these goals. We want to make sure that everything is in balance. So this week's herb, now I'm going to do a flower, and that's going to be the rose. So roses are an herb where if you take the, it's a flower, but when you take the oil out of a rose, it basically all different oils from different plants and flowers and etc. They have a frequency on where they can elevate our frequency. So there's long history in mankind where we have been able to utilize herbs, flowers, and the like for our benefit of the human body. So the rose is the absolute highest frequency. Let's say the essential oil, if you can get it organic. I know there's a place on Amazon and they sell, rose oil. I think it's like a tiny one for like $55 or $60. And I know that sounds like a lot. It's pricey because they have to put 1,000 pounds of roses or something, the petals, into this, few drops of oil. But the really great thing about the rose oil is that it is the most powerful oil, if it's a true pure essential oil, that we can use and utilize for our well-being and our good. It is a very magnifying, powerful flower, the petals. Smelling them, having them around you, there's a lot of energy in mediumship and the spirit world where spirits will speak through the image or the smell of roses. It is such a highly potent, high frequency flower, and it's a weed. It's a bush that comes from a weed, and it has a very strong will, high frequency. I know of a few people who are very successful business owners who put a really good, strong rose water in a weed killing container from a hardware store, and they sprayed around the circumference of their property because it elevates the frequency. It is good for feng shui. It's very potent. It is good for protection and for magnifying your your different goals, personal goals, things that you are intending, wanting to manifest. It's a good way to magnify and really make more potent what it is that your intention is. And you can also put in a spray bottle, spray it around a room. You can spray it on your personage, so you have that great frequency in your aura. You can use it with intention setting and just things that you are intending to do with your life, or when you're thinking about people around you, you can use it there too to magnify the purpose and the intention of whatever it is that you're seeking out to do, the goals that you are setting. So that's why I wanted to go over the rose and rose oil, essential oil, today. It is great for manifesting, and it goes along well with this new moon in Aquarius and the full moon in Leo, and it can be very beneficial for many things. I do suggest you really research this one. It's a fantastic flower. It's a fantastic way to do a lot of intention setting. So it also, if you put it in a cream or something that you put on your skin, it will intensify what that does by like 1,000-fold. So if you use rose oil on your skin, it's like a drop to, I don't know, like a liter of lotion or skin cream or something, but it is so good for so many things, just on the skin, the hair, and wearing it as an essential oil, on the nape of the neck or behind the ears. There's all these different uses for it, and it does all these specific things. People that really tend to be operating at a denser consciousness tend to love the smell of this pure organic essential oil because they need it, and because they can sense that they need that extra push and that wonderful higher frequency. It's very helpful for emotional well-being. If you're feeling under the weather during the winter, if you're in the snow, you haven't had sunshine, it's a great way to magnify a good mood when you're feeling good. It's kind of like quartz crystal. When you're just feeling really good, you want to wear a quartz crystal. It will magnify whatever it is that you're putting out there, and it will magnify the frequency. So it will make it exponentially better and more powerful. Also, I really wanted to focus on a stone or crystal, and this week's is the rose quartz. Now, we know that rose quartz is an excellent stone for love and for attracting love, or for working on your relationship, or just any relationship, the love that people share, or the love that you're sending out to others. You wear rose quartz on your heart, you'll be able to be more aligned with that heart chakra. It's a heart chakra stone for love frequency. Great to pair with your rose essential oil, or rose petals, or roses that you put on your table in a vase. This is a great stone to magnify those intentions for good relationships, refreshers in relationships, or to attract a very healthy, loving relationship. So another thing that you can do is pair up a nice rose quartz stone crystal on your nightstand by your bed with an amethyst, and those together can be very conducive to great sleep and dreaming about focusing on healthy relationships, attracting healthy relationships, filtering out all of the bad stuff in your electromagnetic field. And you can also put it under your bed, where your heart chakra would be when you lay down to go to sleep at night. Those are two places you can test it out and see where you'd like to place the stones. The amethyst tends to also cleanse the rose quartz when it's by it, so that's really nice. You could just go and charge it after it's been cleansed by its amethyst. So there's a little tip for better sleep and attracting love. Now, I really want to go over how to read for yourself as a practice for daily guidance. And, I say daily guidance. Now, of course, it's just whenever you need the guidance, whether that be daily, weekly, monthly, it's up to you. I really love doing a daily card pull. At first, it can be a little hard to pull for yourself, so it's good to practice. And I really, really love the Fairy Tarot. This is a fairy deck that has full tarot arcana in it. And it also has this beautiful guidebook. It has some great art, a great description on each card. In case you're starting out and you're new at this, it'll help to guide you to doing this a little more efficiently, especially for yourself. You could also start, doing readings for other people if you want to, your family members. You can pull a card for your family members, whether they're there or not, putting an intention out there for them that's positive, loving, protective. Same with yourself. You go into your deities. Who are your deities? You're going to start out by asking, if you're working with the angel realm, let's say you want to ask Archangel Michael. You want to ask, your angel Gabriel. You pick your deities and you focus on that. You're going to ask a question. You're going to ask a question. You're going to be, first of all, grounded, do some meditation. You can research what kind of meditation you'd like to personally do, and really ground yourself so that you're feeling that divine light coming through you, and you know that you are now an oracle of sorts. You are now a connection between heaven and earth. Your heart chakra is now a connection between heaven and earth, and you're going to shuffle the cards while you're thinking about the question. Now, I would usually do this on myself, but today I would really like to focus on my viewers and my listeners and really focus on a question that they may have today. So my guides will tell me exactly who will be listening and what their question will be. This can also apply to more than one person. So if you're listening with a friend, it may be for both of you. It isn't always just an answer for one person. A reading can be for more than one person. Even though it's catered or uniquely for one person, it can also apply to somebody else. So remember that these can be dual purpose. And the first question that I'm getting is, will I be with my partner long term? This is a common question, but I'm getting that this is specifically for somebody who is of African American descent. And it's about a man who is of African American descent. And he's tall, thin, and very driven person. He tends to like to travel quite a bit or move around quite a bit. He is definitely a fun partner. He is lively and likes to make you laugh a lot. So I'm seeing this man in my mind, and the question is, will he be with me long term? The answer I'm going to think about and ask the guides and respectfully thank them before they even give me the answer. And then I'm going to shuffle my cards. So I have these here, and I'm shuffling them as I think of the question. And I've already cleansed and sort of gotten out any old energy out of the cards. So I'm going to shuffle them and pull one. I have an ego card. So this is kind of what I was suspecting before I pulled the card, was that this guy, his ego kind of runs away with his ego a little bit too much. I will just read it and then I'll show you the picture, or I'll show you the picture first on the front. If you want to just kind of look at this is the number 15, and it's the ego. So I will read the description. The illusion of being trapped, placing too much importance on material items and getting caught up in fear and worry. So the difference between you and your significant other, your partner, this man that I was describing, the difference is that he is more free-spirited. You are more really a worrier, kind of worrying about where is this going to go, where is it going. He's more like, well, we'll just see. Let's not worry about it. He may work where he has to go out of town a lot. Maybe he has to travel. And his state of mind is he will take things as they come. He's not going to create any problems when there are none. And that's the way he's looking at it. He's not disrespectful to you at all. He just really doesn't want to worry about things that aren't happening. So while you need a lot of this stability and reassurance, because of, it's just like you're passing your personality, nothing wrong with that. But while you're needing all this, basically him telling you, oh, I'm going to be here, this is where it's going, I promise you this and that, he's just like thinking, I just want to have fun. I just want to see where this takes us. And he's kind of flying by the seat of his pants and free-spirited, doesn't worry too much about the details like that. I see that it would be a very long relationship with him, that as long as the worrying doesn't get in the way, because this is the thing, sometimes what we fear we create because we're not letting it go. And I think it's more about catering to your insecurities and what it is that you're really worried about. Are you placing a lot of your worries from a past relationship, or are you placing worries from something that you saw someone you love go through on him and your relationship? You knew what he did when you got together with him. You knew what his job was. You knew he was going to be out of town. You understood these things, and you agreed to go ahead and continue a serious relationship with him. He travels. He is a fun-loving person. I know that he can also be a little bit flighty, but it's important to remember that, yes, he has a bit of an ego. It's partially, he has a high self-confidence. He's very social. He gets along well with people. That is how he was raised. That doesn't mean he's going to cheat on you. That also doesn't mean that things aren't going to work out because somebody's going to come and take him away from you. It just means that that's his personality, and that's like how he likes to be social and talk to other people. So my answer to your question, will you be together long term, is yes, as long as you settle down and stop bugging him about the little things, because he needs a break. You knew these things about him when you got together with him, and I'm going to lovingly tell you that that is on you, not him. You need to stop picking at him, because he is doing everything he told you originally he was going to be doing. He's not doing anything wrong. And if you want him to go off with somebody else and leave, then keep running him crazy. So I'm going to lovingly tell you to stop it and wag my finger just a little bit and say, I understand your feelings, but you're going to need to stop pushing him away if you want things to be good for as long as you're with him and you want things to continue. So the answer is, it's really up to you as well, that you, as long as you can deal with your insecurities and do that internal work and not make it about him, you will be together with him for 20 plus years, and it will be a lot of fun. And yes, he will start to settle down. He will eventually retire after some time, and you guys will be able to really have a daily relationship. Remember that you also are not ready for a daily relationship either. You've got all your stuff going on with kids and everything else. And that's where your attention is, and this is why it's working out so well with him. Let it work out the way it is and just go more along with his view of things, that, let's just see what happens. Let's just have fun where we are right now. So that's the first question. Now, if I wanted to do this reading on my own, and that was my question, and I get the ego card and I look at it and I meditate on it and I think, okay, I think that this is what it means. I think that this means that this guy has a big ego and blah, blah, blah. And I'm coming up with all these things. One thing that you can do, you can look at the number, which is 15. And you can also look at the possibility that 15 also represents the number 6, because 1 plus 5 is 6. That is also a possibility. You can look at the meaning behind both numbers, 15 and 6. You can also see if it resonates with anything in your life. Were you the age 15 when something happened in your life where maybe that built some insecurities? Did something happen with this person when they were 15? Does 15 represent somebody's birthday, the age of a child, the number of weeks, the number of years? Really stop and pay attention to what it's reflecting and how it's representing your story. I then would take the book and see if it adds anything or if it just confirms what I was originally thinking. So I'm going to go through and I'm going to look for ego 15, card number 15. I open it right up to ego, and I'm going to read what it says in the book. It says, happiness can be elusive if you're not clear on your own priorities, motivations, and behaviors. Now, I didn't memorize this, but look at what I got. Look at what's coming out of the book for this card. Taking time for self-reflection allows you the opportunity to experience great personal epiphanies and practice self-forgiveness. See the truth of who you are. Release those aspects that no longer serve you. Let go of guilt, fear, and blame. Have compassion for yourself. Look in the mirror and tell yourself, I love you for being divinely perfect in this moment. Isn't that a beautiful thing to tell somebody to do. I mean, that's just a great self-love, self-care thing. Detox from harmful foods, substances, or people. Confront your fears and release yourself from any limitations or self-imposed traps. Self-imposed traps, like pushing somebody away because of your own insecurities when you could otherwise be very happy with them. Self-imposed traps. Give yourself permission to be free of worry, free of blame, free of constantly ruminating or needing to know what's going on with somebody, driving them crazy. Our fairy friends stand before a traditional Celtic Beltane fire, a springtime sacred ceremony to release the old, that is guilt, fear, blame, and other products of the ego, and welcome the new. Okay, so this is also an additional meaning of this card, which is determining what is the cause and what is the symptom, placing too much importance on material items, or getting caught up in fear and worry or dependency or addiction. So I really did get a vibe of a dependency on this relationship rather than a free-loving, spirited relationship that is based on a very stable two people that are well balanced on their own without needing somebody or needing to lean on somebody. It's lacking in, stability. This is why I wanted the self-care in there and everything else. So let's go on to the next question, and I will give it an answer and how I got that answer. So let's see. The next one is going to be, I'm going to listen to my guides real quick while I'm shuffling the cards. And I would really like to try a quick card pull. Will my career be long-term in this field? Okay, so I got the King of Autumn, and this is a really beautiful card. I only have a few seconds, so I'm going to hurry up. But this is the King of Autumn. I love this card. I got compassionate, accomplished, charismatic, and gifted. So you are all those things: compassionate, accomplished, charismatic, and gifted. Be assertive to what you know is right. Everything is going to be going your way. A good person or company to work for. So that's what this card is. And I can go ahead and look in the book later on and see if it applies. But it's basically a yes. You will be in this career for a long time. You'll be very successful. Believe in yourself, and you'll do great. So it's a good company to work for, and you're in the right place. So darn it, only 30 seconds left, but please reach me, and I will be happy to do a reading for you. I can also teach you how to do these readings yourself, so you can start a business or do them for yourself or your friends, your family, those close to you. You can reach me at AnnaOlsenIntuitive.com, and you can also schedule an appointment immediately and let me know if you'd like to on the phone or in person here on the Central Coast, California. We can also do it on the phone, so let me know. You can go to my website, AnnaOlsenIntuitive.com. It's at the bottom of the screen. And you can click on Schedule an Appointment and click the Schedule button or the Book Now button, and it will take you straight to my calendar, and you can book with me and let me know if you'd like it on the phone or in person. So I'm done here tonight.
To A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome.
Time for New York City Celebrity Psychic with Perry Lyons. Perry Lyons. Live from PerryLyonsBrilliance.wixsite.com/Perry Lyons.
Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, Dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/Psychic Radio.
Or one of our websites,
AskOneRadio.com or Moonstruck.tv.
This is New York City Celebrity Psychic
On A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hey, cats and kittens. It's Perry Lyons, New York City Celebrity Psychic, and I'm very glad to be here. So it's been a rough week for a lot of people. I hope it hasn't been for you. But if it has, here's what I'd like to suggest. When I get panic-stricken, which lately has been a little more than I'd like, I reach into my toolbox, not to do any actual manual labor, because that's beneath me, but I get out one or two sort of spiritual tools that just always work, and they always ground me. Unless I can find the gym, in which case I just skip that. No, kidding. Sort of. So today's tool for getting you out of panic is very simple. You hear a lot about gratitude. I've heard so much about gratitude that it sort of bounces off me, like overdone chicken dumplings off the uvula. But I've learned to sort of hack gratitude. This is what I do. First, I think of what relief feels like. Have you ever had something that you thought was going to be terrible not happen, that you thought was going to happen? Do you remember that feeling of like, oh, thank you. Whew. So for me, I think about a time when I felt kind of relieved. Oh, that bad thing just went and just passed me by. So, and then I start thinking about the very simple things that I have that I forget to be grateful for. Hot water, electricity, Wi-Fi, a comfortable place to live. And even start with the littlest things that we take for granted. I've done volunteer work around the world, and well, in New York and London. And I've met people who were not as fortunate. And it just through, bad luck or whatever. But there were people who were living in places that were not comfortable or warm or nice, or didn't have the food that you and I take for granted. Well, I do. Too much for granted lately. And so just for me, remembering the really small stuff and then building up to the big stuff puts me back into a place of alignment with higher power and my higher self and all my extremely appreciated angels, because we all have some. Anyway, so I'm going to take my first caller, and I'm so glad you called. So thank you. And my producer flashed your name and address so fast, what? That I didn't get it. Tell me your name and your birthday. How are you? Are you there, love?
Hello?
Okay. Oh, hi. How are you?
Hi, this is Allison from Aurora, Colorado.
Oh, cool. Hi, Allison. Have I heard this voice before?
Hi.
Yeah. So what's up? Tell me about yourself. Oh, and tell me what your birthday is. I've forgotten.
Oh, my birthday is 4/12/70.
Ooh. You love Aries here. Woo! And your year of the dog, which actually sounds not so great, but it's fantastic. It's the Chinese year of the dog. Dogs are very truth-telling and very loyal and very resourceful. Toto in The Wizard of Oz is a good example of a dog, because he drew aside the curtain to reveal the truth of who the Wizard of Oz was. So, nice to meet you, Allison. You little Aries dog, you. And how can I help you today?
Well, I have we have custody of our granddaughter, and I just want to, make sure that, everything's going to go good with that, and we're going to continue to be able to keep her and protect her. And
what's her first name? Is it 3 syllables? A little old-fashioned?
It's actually Mary Elizabeth.
Oh, okay. Sorry about getting the syllables wrong in the first one. Yeah, I got a very classic name. So, and is she 7?
No, she's 4.
Oh, okay. All right. Sorry, I'm a little scrambled today. She might be tall for her age. So this is about not whether she's going through a health crisis, but whether she's going to be able to live with you. Is that correct?
Yeah, well, we do have custody of her, and we would adopt her.
Speak up a little, darling. I forgot to put my headphones in. This is dumb. Okay, just speak up. Say it one more time.
Oh, I said we have custody of her, but we would like to try to adopt her, and I'm wondering if that is, a good way to go, something that we should do.
Yes. Or it is, because the situation. She's your daughter's child?
Yes.
Yeah. And I'm sorry, your daughter is in a very hard time, and I don't see her coming back from that anytime soon.
Okay.
She's basically a lovely person, but extenuating circumstances have made her kind of act like not exactly a malignant narcissist, but not exactly not. And it's not permanent, but she's very stubborn. Very strong willed.
Yeah.
And I'm sorry about that. So she is going to fight you. Fortunately or unfortunately, the circumstances that she has chosen to be in right now make her not very good at doing things like keeping records or keeping track of stuff. So in a court of law, that's going to count against her, as are certain other things I'm not going to go into. But and it must be a heartbreaking decision for you, but it is absolutely what's right for Mary Elizabeth. Absolutely. Also, you know what?
Okay,
What?
I'm sorry. We have chosen to stop communication between the two because it was just not a healthy situation, and also, that's something that I. That I feel is a good thing, but, other people might not think that's a great idea, thinking that it might come back to, to bite me. But I'm just wondering if, what do you think about that?
People who give advice are like seagulls. They fly in through one window, poop all over everything, and fly out through another window. They don't have to live with your decisions, you do. And if there's one thing that people value above shelter, food, and sex right now in this culture, it's being right and having you be wrong. So seriously, sod them. It's none of their business, and this will only redound to your credit and to Mary's credit. I keep wanting to call her Lorelei. I don't know why. And really, people are so ready to give advice and then walk away. So please, listen to yourself. I'm going to guess that with a name like Mary Elizabeth, probably have a religious background of some kind. Prayer is good right now. When I'm in situations with children or with my mom, I will just sit down and ask the Virgin Mary for help. I mean, it doesn't matter what religion you are; she works. But the main thing is that in a court of law, you are going to win. It is absolutely the best thing because there's an escalating cycle here that you can't see. Well, I think you very much intuit it, but there's going to be an escalating cycle of danger and violence. And I'm sorry about that. I'm sorry that your daughter, who is basically a lovely person, is making such bad choices right now. But her daughter should have to pay for her choices. So yes. Has Mary suddenly started to need glasses or manifested something physically?
No, she's actually really ill right now with the flu.
Oh, okay, that's what I'm getting. She'll be okay. Really keep an eye on her, though, because it hits kids very hard. She's going to be fine, but try to take a deep breath. Oddly, you have a lot of sort of ancestral support. When I see you, I see a lot of ancestors around you, and you had some badass ancestors. Really strong women.
Oh yes.
Oh yeah. And you are
it's a long line of strong women for sure.
Yes. Really strong, and strong in every circumstance. And that's your DNA, Carolyn. So you're going to win this, and she's going to be okay. Nice. Later on, in 5 or 6 years, when her mother gets herself straightened out, talk then. But right now, it's nobody's business but yours, and you're doing the right thing. You really are. So I hope that helps.
It does. Thank you.
Is there anything else you need to know?
Yes. We do have a business, and we're having some tax issues, and I just wondered, if you can feel anything about that.
Yeah. I think you might be dealing with the same accountant that you've used or the same system you've used. Get a new system. Do it now. Or get a new accountant. Get somebody young, hungry, and not overly scrupulous, frankly. I didn't mean that. But there are some tax breaks and deductions you don't know about right now. So I'm sorry, with everything else on your plate, to say you might want to look around to find a very proactive person to work with in that way. But You're going to be okay. It's not going to be more than you can handle, and you're going to get quite a sizable refund. This,
okay, good.
Well, as much as I can.
Awesome.
All right, Miller. Well, you will, and let me know how stuff turns out. I'm going to keep.
I will. Thank you so much. It's been a pleasure speaking to you.
It's been a pleasure speaking to you, too. You have a lovely energy and a beautiful speaking voice. So thank you. I really think everything is going to work out even better than you can imagine. And it's lovely that you're saving Mary. So call back.
So much.
Let me know how you are.
That. I sure will. Thank you, Perry.
Hi. Now we have Jackie in Rochester. I love Rochester.
Hi.
I love the name Jackie. Hi. How are you?
I'm well. How are you guys?
I'm good. Thank you for asking. So I'm going to ask you for your birthday. So that's because that's how I connect. So
9/26/83.
Oh gosh, you're a baby. 9/26 is and a Libra, right?
Yeah.
Yep. 83. Hold on. 71. Oh, your year of the boar. BOAR. So you're somebody who loves. You really appreciate beauty. You love physical luxury. You're born to be rich, basically. So you'll be rich and then come back and tip me. So how can I help you?
I'm hopeful.
That's your Chinese astrological year. So how can I help you, darling?
Been actually going through some pretty serious career changes at the moment. Just, the last few years have been hectic as far as going through a divorce and making a career change now. And I guess I was just seeing what you see for my future.
Things are getting better. I have to say, there has been this really long cycle of just not good stuff happening to really good people. And I'm seeing the last of that sort of badness it's kind of leaving. With everybody I work with, it's a huge time of change, rapid change, especially for kind of highly evolved women like you. And you've been doing a lot of work on yourself. And you occasionally get handed a sign of reassurance from above that is really almost so specific that you don't want to talk about it because people might think you're weird. But those signs you're getting are true. Now, the career thing, okay, first of all, it feels like you're doing two people's job for the price of one, possibly three. You're also leading or managing without getting the dignity of that title. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's actually what was going on in my current situation. And then, as they're giving out Christmas bonus, and I was blessed with getting laid off. So.
Oh no.
Yeah, and they did end up hiring 3 people to replace my position.
Oh. So. This is, okay, ready for an eye roll?
Yeah.
Oh my God. Now, it's come to your attention that there are jobs in your area of expertise, but not this job. And it might be a good time to start laying sort of groundwork for going elsewhere, because unless this person you report to, I'm not sure if this is a boss, it feels more like, I don't know, a human resource? I don't know, somebody you report to, but this person doesn't feel like a boss because this person doesn't take any responsibility. So it feels like there's sort of one person that's really the problem. Is that the case?
Yeah.
Well, since legally I'm not allowed to tell you to take a contract out of them, and I wouldn't anyway, but I really don't like this person to tell you. They want all of the glory without doing any of the work or taking any of the responsibility. And what they do is use responsible people who have a work ethic and a conscience. Is that right?
Yep.
Yeah. Sorry.
Yeah, that's kind of how everything kind of came to a head. I realized that was happening and tried to have a conversation with this person. And the next conversation I had with them was them letting me go.
Yeah. Oh, they're letting you go? Did they say that?
Yeah, that happened.
Oh, sod them. I hope you're getting unemployment. I would think about...
They're fighting that. That's part of my question. They're fighting that too, and so I'm fighting that as well. But it's been a rough couple of weeks.
Because it sounds like you're being discriminated against for some reason. Might be that you're female, might be that you're not 22, might be, there are a number of reasons. But I'm smelling discrimination here, and if they're going to try to screw you over for your unemployment, you can either, I just found something called Legal Zoom, which you can join for like $50 a month. I'm not recommending it, but I might dive in there. Or you might want to just call a couple of lawyers and bounce this off them. Because this really feels like they have not been crafty about this. So if you want to take this to the next level, I think you can. At the very least, you need to get your unemployment, because there's a better job waiting for you that has more of your personality and what you love doing in it.
Uh-huh.
And it's in a commutable distance. It might be a similar job in a different field. I'm not sure what field you're in now. It feels like some sort of form of supply, but I'm not sure if it's medical. Help me out here.
Yeah, no, I was working in the medical field.
Oh, okay. The medical what?
I was working in the medical field, so
yeah,
I was managing medical practice.
Yeah, that's what I meant. Supply and tech to me are the same thing, because it's anyway. honestly, because you have a great manner and you're very attractive, in the meantime, you might want to approach some local med spas because they pay quite well. You know what you're doing, and they're used to completely incompetent office managers. So that's my interim suggestion. And I'm not sure where I'm getting that, but that feels, I don't want you to dismiss it as frivolous. I think you could make more money and have a better time. And if you're saying, well, I'm not attractive enough, I'm telling you, you are. And also, I have friends who own these places, and they're desperate for good people. So that might be one option in the interim. Another option is to tell people you're looking for a job. And I'm sorry you don't have more support here. Would you like to talk a bit about your romantic life?
Sure. It's kind of been non-existent, so not a lot to talk about.
Or were you saying there's
kind of been non-existent since my... What?
There will be something to talk about if you're saying there isn't right now.
Yeah, there hasn't been for a little while.
Well, that's okay. There hasn't been, you're saying. Okay. That's fine. I'm seeing the same thing with a lot of people, and I'm also seeing changes coming up. Is there any community thing you can do? Like any community thing at all you can get involved with while you have a little time? Volunteer work?
Yeah.
Church? Synagogue?
Yeah.
I would do that because thinking about what you want in a partner and then figuring out where that person would be are two really easy things that almost nobody does. So, as my mother used to say, if you go to bars, you'll just meet men who hang out in bars. And that's not you anyway. You're not a bar person.
No.
But I think, getting involved in other volunteer work or community work, this is what I'm really strongly getting from your guides, my guides. You're a good cook too, aren't you?
Yeah. I like to think so, people tell me.
Well, I'm telling you too. It goes in with you have a very nurturing personality. So what I'd like you to do is, see if you can find a potluck dinner. Get in touch with old friends you might have lost touch with. Tell everybody on Earth that you're looking for a job and that you will cook them dinner in exchange for a recommendation that works out. And I want you to be physically out in the world because right now it's a very good time for you to do that. You'll get your confidence back because people really like you. You're really trustworthy. And you're good. And that's rare. I only get the best people calling into my show. The romantic stuff, you're going to meet somebody probably in March or around your birthday. And I'm out of time, but will you let me know? I'm on Facebook, Perry Lyons, P-E-R-I, like Periwinkle, Lyons, L-Y-O-N-S, like the town in France. And let me know how you're doing, because things are about to get much better, and I'm not just saying that. So, are you good?
Yes,
all right.
Great to have some good things to look forward to.
Yeah, you can trust that. I would tell you if that wasn't happening. All right, cats and kittens, and Jackie, lovely to meet you, and the lovely person I talked to you before. And so come back next week. Bring your friends. At 9 p.m., Moonstruck TV, A1R Radio, and you'll be in my thoughts.
listening to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, Enlightening Television. Welcome.
Time for Your Time to Shine with Julie Yeager-Walker. Julie Yeager-Walker. Live from wingsofsoulswithjulie.com.
Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio.
Or one of our websites,
askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv.
This is Your Time to Shine
on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Good evening, everyone, and welcome to Your Time to Shine, a radio show designed to help you explore your own divine gifts. I hope this evening finds you all well. I have been doing a lot of thinking and going over some of the things that I wanted to share tonight on the show. And if you had joined in last week, we talked a little bit about our 7 chakras in the chakra system, which help to, which is basically the energy source of our body, mind, and soul. So I thought it would be really interesting tonight, since we did a general overview of chakra systems last week, to focus in on one of them tonight. So the one that kept coming up and Spirit kept guiding me to talk about tonight was the heart chakra. Now, the heart chakra is in the middle of our chest, as you would expect it to be, and it is associated with the heart, the lungs, our circulation, our circulatory system, our immune system, all of that in that upper chest area. So the chakra, this particular chakra, is also a bridge to the upper chakra system and the lower chakra system. And it governs everything about our mind, body, and our spirit. It helps us to love ourselves and to express love safely and securely. So what is the chakra? So each of the chakra systems are associated with a color. This chakra system is associated with a spring green color, or sometimes even a light pink color. So both of those can relate to the heart chakra. Again, it's also linked to the thymus gland, which is a really important part of our body as well. So how do you know if your chakra is aligned and balanced and all healthy and well, or when it's blocked? So I just have some notes here, but when your heart chakra is open and aligned and balanced, you're comfortable in your relationships. Especially the relationship that you have with yourself. And that's such a huge thing, to be able to love ourselves first and foremost, and also our relationships with others, the love for others, the kindness, the respect. So when this chakra is out of balance, you have low self-esteem, you're indecisive, you're angry, you have a fear of letting go of things, whether it be a relationship, whether it be something that was said between someone, anxiety, mistrust, jealousy, grief, hatred for others. You could have physical heart problems with this. You feel a heaviness in your chest and you don't know why. Some of the other things that can manifest into physical issues besides having heart problems is that your circulation in your body can be poor or very, very slow. You have allergies, asthma, or heart disease. It's also part of the the lung system. So if you have been suffering from pneumonia, bronchial, anything bronchial with the lungs, these are all things that could indicate that you have a blocked heart chakra. So, okay, so you think you have a blocked heart chakra. How is this happening? So a lot of the times a heart chakra gets closed down, shut down due to grief, due to traumatic emotional or injuries. It could be something that happened that was very traumatic in your childhood that you've never been able to recover from. So some of the ways that you can heal this chakra and really focus on it is to work on, those feelings of repressed feelings of grief, anything that can shut the heart down, the hatred for people or the anxiety. So working on those repressed feelings can really help start to open up that chakra, to be able to love yourself, to be able to love others again, to feel safe and secure in the life that you live. So some of the things that you can do to help open this up are some of the simple things. Give lots of hugs to people, because that's showing affection. And it's showing love. It's unconditional love, right? And that starts opening up that heart chakra. You can also take a walk in nature. Go into a heavily forested area with lots and lots of green around you. That will help open it up as well. Wearing the color green in your wardrobe will just bring that awareness to your body and start opening up the heart chakra. Eating green vegetables, believe it or not, will help. You can use crystals such as jade or rose quartz to help balance and align the chakra. You can also you can use lots of essential oils. Rose, chamomile, jasmine are just some of the ones. You can also just sit and practice on your breathing in deeply and really opening up the chest and the lungs, even taking your arms and spreading them out, and really opening the chest cavity and the chest muscles will really help open up that heart chakra. Even doing some yoga will help. There's even poses in yoga that they call grief restoration, and they are poses that help with the body release grief, whatever that looks like. It could be after the passing of a loved one. It could be the ending of a relationship. So you can do some yoga to help start healing some of that. Also, meditation music. You can Google it. There's lots of meditation music out there that have sounds and chants that open up the heart chakra and work directly with the heart chakra. And last but not least, just laugh. Lots of laughter. Get together with your friends, someone who just makes you insanely happy and just laugh at every little thing. Seek those people out and start bringing laughter back into your daily regiment, and that will really help open that up. Random acts of kindness, that also really helps, because that's that unconditional love that the heart chakra is all about. So that's a lot of information, I know, but hopefully a couple of those things resonated with you, and you can find some healing properties in some of the suggestions that I've given you to kind of help heal that heart chakra if you feel that yours is not in balance. And if it is in balance, keep up the good work. And you can still use some of these healing properties to make sure that you stay in balance with your heart chakra. So, hope that was good information for you all. Right now, we are going to go to the phone lines. We have Ashley in Mesa, Arizona. Good evening, Ashley, and welcome to Your Time to Shine.
Thank you.
How are you this evening?
I'm pretty good. How are you?
I'm good, thank you. What can we do for you this evening?
Just basically just want to get a reading and get some clarity.
Okay. Let me tune in here for just a moment. So there's just going to be just a few quick moments of silence here while I tune in to see what your loved ones have to say. And then I'll be right back, okay?
Okay.
Okay. So Ashley, it was really interesting. Before the show, I was sitting here and kind of preparing myself for the reading tonight. Have you recently lost a mother or a mother figure in your life?
Yes, I have.
Okay. So your mom was coming in really, really strong for you. And she has some messages that I actually wrote down before the show. She really wants you to know that you are very loved and you're safe. She says, please do not lose your way. She is a little worried that right now that you are feeling a little bit lost. She says, don't lose your way. She's always with you. And she's been trying to reach out to you and to get in touch with you. Do you have, she's showing me that, that either you can read energy or that you possibly have some psychic ability.
Yeah, I was wondering about that. Yeah. Yeah, I'm not too sure on it, but I've been wondering about that.
Okay. So she's saying that she's been trying to reach out to you, and you've almost been kind of pushing it away. Like you're just not ready to believe that or to really understand that. She wants you to know that it's very, very safe for you to love, and especially to love yourself, which I thought was really interesting because when I sat down to talk about what chakra I was going to be talking about, it was very evident that your mom was coming through and talking about you and the heart chakra and the love for yourself. And she says, be kind to yourself. She says, your words are very hurtful sometimes. And they're not hurtful to anybody else but yourself.
Wow.
She says you have so much to live for. You just haven't realized it yet. It's like right there, just right on the tip. You're like teetering on that edge of that cliff of greatness, she says.
Wow.
She says it's right there. It's right there. And you can't lose hope. That was like the biggest message. It was like she was almost pleading with me to let you know that you have to stay positive. You can't lose your way. You can't lose your focus.
Okay. Oh my God.
Hang on here. She's trying to tell me something else. Hold on just a moment. She says you have some really amazing abilities. You may not be ready for them yet, but know that when you are and you're ready to show the world who you really are, that she's going to be there standing behind you 100%. She says that you're very gifted. It's funny, the palms of my hands are like really, really hot. And usually when that's brought to my attention, it's that you have some healing powers with your hands, that you're a healer. So I don't know if you practice anything like Reiki or aura healing, anything like that, you might want to look into. Ashley, are you still with me? Okay, I'm not sure if Ashley is still listening or not. But if you are, Ashley, there's a couple more things that your mom is wanting you to know here. She's saying that you are such an amazing person, and she is so very proud of you. Don't ever doubt that. Don't ever worry about what it is that you're trying to do, because you're always going to be able to succeed and pick yourself back up on that. So yeah, she says just hang in there just a little bit longer. I'm just trying to think if there's I'm trying to just see if there's anything else that she has to add to that. Your mom is a very your mom's a very loving soul. In fact, she was just a very loving, amazing soul in her living life, and that continues on. That continues on into the other side, and I can just see her shining very, very brightly. So you don't need to worry about her. She is fine, and she's watching over you all the time. So, Ashley, I hope that you are still able to tune in and listen and catch some of this of what I'm saying. So I hope all is well with you. Thank you for tuning in. We are going to go to our next caller, though. Gabriella in Texas. Good evening, Gabriella, and welcome to Your Time to Shine. How are you?
Hello. Just finding you.
I'm good, thank you. What can we do for you tonight?
Yes, I'm really wanting to know about my grandpa. He passed away a year ago to dementia, and I've been dreaming about him daily. Like every night I have the same dream about him, and I'm just wanting to know if he knows that we miss him. Like I just want to know how he is, if he's okay.
Sure, absolutely. As you're talking, Gabriella, I can see your grandfather coming in. So the dreams that you are having is definitely what we call a visitation. Okay, our loved ones will come to us at night when our conscious minds are essentially sleeping. because that's the easiest time for them to get in and be able to have a conversation with us and to be able to talk with them and have a conversation. So know that what seems like a dream is really a visitation from your grandfather, okay? He is with you. He's with you every day. He knows how much you guys miss him. He says he's so sorry. He's so sorry that he had to leave. He didn't realize he was going to be leaving quite so soon. He thought he had a little bit more time. But he wants you guys to know that he's doing well on the other side. He's extremely happy, and on the other side, there's no pain, there's no suffering. All of that is gone. And so they live in a completely different energetic state, of course, than we do here as humans do. And hang on just a minute. He's bringing my attention. He's bringing my attention to the color green.
Yes,
is there significance?
Yeah,
that's your favorite color.
Yes.
Okay. All right. So he's just acknowledging. He's acknowledging for you being on the other end of this that this is who he is. He's here right now, right? He's letting you know that he's always near. He's showing me pennies, like pennies on the ground. He's saying every time you see a penny, you need to think of me because I'm always near. Did he have a coin collection?
A what?
A coin collection?
Yes, he did. He did.
Okay, so that's because he's also saying no. He's saying yes, the penny on the ground that you find. But he was also showing me like a coin collection. Is that something that you have in your possession?
Yes, and his rock.
Okay. So he's just acknowledging that you have that, and that he knows how much that means to you because that's a little piece of him that still remains with you.
Did he say anything about my grandma?
Let me see, just a moment.
Okay.
So your grandmother passed before your grandfather did, is that correct?
Yes, he did. He passed away 2 years.
Okay. Yes, he's acknowledging that she was there when he crossed over. And he's absolutely delighted to be reunited with her. The two of them had a really amazing relationship.
Yes.
They were married for a very long time, weren't they?
Yes, they were married for a really long time.
Yeah. A very loving and caring relationship. One that you kind of hold in your heart as being the relationship that you strive for in your own life. He's saying that you are such a beautiful soul. You really have no idea just how amazing you really are.
Mm-hmm.
He always had a really special place for you in his heart. in his living years. You guys had a very special connection. And that connection continues on.
Have you said anything about my mom?
Hold on one moment. He's saying that your mom is with him as well. He says that you can feel him more than you can feel your mom. It's just because she's just at a little bit different vibrational level, in one that you haven't been able to feel quite as well. But he's telling you to be reassured that she is with you every single day. Every single day.
Okay.
He says not to worry. He goes, you are being well taken care of. They have your back. Okay?
Okay.
Gabriella, we are coming down to the last few moments of our show, so I want to take this time to thank you so much for calling in tonight.
No, thank you.
Have a wonderful evening.
You too.
Well, that does it for us here on the show tonight. Thank you so much for tuning into Your Time to Shine on A1R Psychic Radio and Moonstruck TV. If you would like to get in touch with me, find out how you can have a personal reading or how you can get in on one of my Wednesday group readings, find me over on my Facebook page at Julie Yeager Walker Medium or Your Time to Shine. Or you can catch me over on my website at www.wingsofsoulswithjulie.com. Everyone have a great night, and I will see you again next week.
Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome.
Time for Avid Advice Live with Fia Johansson. Live from AvidAdviceLive.com.
Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/Psychic Radio.
Or one of our websites,
AskOneRadio.com or Moonstruck.tv.
This is Avid Advice Live
on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
You're watching Focus on South Florida.
Welcome back. Did you know that police departments across the country and even the CIA sometimes turn to psychics to help them solve cases? Victims' families looking for answers also turn to mediums for closure. Fiona Johansson is an author as well as a licensed psychologist and hypnotist. She's also claims to have psychic abilities that have saved lives, and she's perhaps best known for working with people to help find missing people when more conventional means come up short. I recently sat down with her to talk about how this all began and the advice she has for all of us. Okay, so what exactly do you do when you work with law enforcement and you work with the families of missing victims or unsolved crimes? What kind of work do you do with them?
Helping them to find some relief, some closure for family members, and also law enforcement to put all the puzzles together to find the real answer for the families.
How did this all come about? I mean, how did you discover this was actually something you were going to pursue, or that you had some sort of intuition to help people with this kind of work?
I was 7.5 when I found about my abilities. Then I started kind of like to feel something is not correct with me or right with me, because I can feel, sense, and connect with people before even I meet them, before even being in the place that they are, and I can even predict things 2 weeks before things happened. So basically, to me as a child, was not really the cool experience, but then after that, after the age of 17, 18, and 19, I thought that's the fantastic things, because now I can feel and sense anything and everything in my way and my family's way to help. I moved from my country to Stockholm, Sweden when I was a teenager, when I was around the age of 16. So basically it was hard. It was not really easy for me, but what I learned, I do have ability. I am here for some very important purpose. I have to help others.
So how did this connection with law enforcement first happen? And aren't law enforcement officers initially skeptical about what kind of science is this? How are we going to solve a crime using
Actually,
someone?
they don't.
No?
CIA use psychics. FBI use psychics. They do not really, that's what we think they are. But you have to be real. You have to have some abilities, and you have to feel and sense and locate people, and actually do have some paranormal to trying to help them to locate people. So basically, when I started, I was at the age of 17. I was back in Stockholm. It was actually a very hot summer, and all of a sudden I felt that I have some very hot vision in my face. It sounds like someone trying to be killed, or someone already been killed, and it was already recent. I could feel, I could sense the blood and everything. Then I went to the store, and all of a sudden I see that yes, that was actually some sort of, homicide and other stuff all over the place. And I kind of remember that I tried to stop the officer and say, "Stop, don't go there." At that time, I couldn't speak English, I couldn't speak Swedish, and I don't even know how I could explain myself to that officer and hold him. He tried to push me, he says, "No, I have to, just get out, or get me, or just please let me." But I do remember, I hold him and says, "If you go behind this wall, you will have a shot in your head and die right away." And almost 60 seconds after, they found the guy with the gun behind the wall. And if I did not stop the officer, he would be dead in a second. So that was the moment that my career started with law enforcement in Stockholm.
Tell me about this book you're writing with Jack Canfield. We all know him for Chicken Soup for the Soul, and you're working on a project together.
Yes.
Tell me about that.
Yes, the name of the book is Success Strategy. So it's all about success, how to hijack your subconscious mind, how to succeed, and what you can do to achieve better. So basically, when Jack chose me, I was shocked. I was like, wow, it's so fantastic, and I would love to be part of it. I already have a book. I already wrote a book before Jack asked me. It was back 2016, and the name was Recoding Your Brain for the Better Life.
You're also a hypnotist, and
Yes.
you have degrees in psychology. I want to point that out, too.
Yes, thank you so much. Yes. But what was a very strong, powerful vision that come to me at that moment when Jack asked me about it, I feel like I knew it, that I will do something with Jack. And I could see 2 months before that I'm sitting in the same room that the last time me and Jack had a conversation with, and he asked, I would love to co-authoring together with you. I can't forget about that moment. I do remember I had tears in my eyes. I was like, absolutely, I will do my best.
So we have to wrap up quickly, but what are a few tips that anyone can take with them in terms of keeping that negativity that might be around them outside of their
Believe in yourself. Be positive. Never live in your past. Past is past. Never live in the future, because future is future. Be in a moment. By being in the moment, you're always happy and connected to yourself. Negative thoughts, negative energies is all taught. The way that we are thinking, feeling, and connecting. You can easily remove and reduce them by just change your thought. You can easily hijack your subconscious. Be yourself, hijack your subconscious, be in a moment, let go of your past, and forget about the future.
Okay, thank you so much for joining us.
You're very welcome.
Johansson, who also goes by the Persian Medium, also works on books, as you heard, guided meditations, and art.
For centuries, it's believed that mediums have been able to mediate communication between spirits of the dead and living human beings. People usually recruit mediums to help them get in contact with family members or friends who have passed on. But celebrity psychic Fiona Johansson is also using her abilities to help law enforcement solve cold cases and help exonerate and free innocent inmates. And Fiona is joining us now. Fiona, welcome to the show.
Thank you for having me. How are you doing today?
We're so excited to have you. So
Awesome.
Tell me, Fiona, when did you realize you had this gift?
I was at the age of 7. It was a hot summer. A friend of mine came to my house and we had fun. We played. And 3 hours later, when they want to go home, I said, please don't, because I see visions, I see colors, and I see that you guys definitely going to have a car crash. Well, of course, at that time, nobody listened to me because they didn't know exactly what I have. But 3 hours later, our phone rang and they had a car crash. And from that moment, it took 4 years for me to realize why I see things before they happened, why I feel things before people talk about to me, and then why did people communicating through me when they want justice or something about their life.
So Fiona, tell me, how did you get involved with law enforcement?
I was at the age of 17. It was back in Europe. So basically, they engaged me in a couple of cold cases, and I could help them to find murder or border cases, and also I helped them to achieve and put all the puzzles together through the colors, visions, names, and of course, spirit talking to me by themselves. Like example, 2 years ago, Coast Guard communicated and said, we have a missing pilot. And I said, I know exactly where they are, but they said, we are in Catalina coast and we are looking after, well, we are not, finding them. I said, well, we are guys in the wrong place. The moment that they said they are missing, I said, they both dead. He immediately connected and says, how did you know it was two? Because it was one student pilot and the other one the instructor. And then he said the student pilot mentioned exactly where he is, and that's why they are dead, because I am just communicating with dead people when it comes to my mediumship. So 40 minutes later, they sent me a helicopter, and then right after we found the stress signals that belonged to that helicopter or that plane.
That's incredible. Fiona, can you walk me through the process when you're presented with a case at first?
When I actually starting to look into the cold cases and murder cases, again, it was the spirit that directly communicated through me. So, and when I started, I was 17. Law enforcement communicated to me and said, like, are you ready to get engaged with that case? And when I felt I'm ready, I said, yes, I am. And all of a sudden, all the names, images, visions, and things come through.
Incredible.
And then through that, I understood that when I'm asking, or there's someone asking about some name, and I don't even know about, I should not know anything about their name, I should not know anything about their genders. All I know is the communication that I have together with that law enforcement or, you know, police or officers just tell me, we have a missing persons. We have some baby boy was like 4 years old that been missing for kind of 5 hours. I'm directly connected to the energies, and I pick up the energies through that officers that communicating through phone. So I shouldn't be in a place or be around that families or touching that families or communicating with that families.
Fiona, let's talk about a specific case about R&B singer Jamal Truelove, who spent more than 6 years in prison for a 2007 murder. He was eventually acquitted in 2015 when a jury found that the two officers had fabricated evidence. Tell us about your involvement in that case.
Well, the way that I involved in this case, it was that we got through a couple actually friends, and when they reached out to me, I said, I reacted immediately that this guy is innocent and he shouldn't really be in jail. And they said at that time that they can't do anything about it because, you know, already all the evidence is against. And I said, well, he will come out, but not now. There is a timing that I can see and I'm predicting, and this time is all about like in between 5 to 7 years. And they couldn't really believe at that moment because they felt, oh my God, it's kind of very, you know, saddest because we should really get him out. And if you said that it's going to be 5 to 7 years, that actually really make us to feel very uncomfortable and disappointed. And I said, it's the time. And through that time, I communicated with Jamal in jail and trying to let him to understand about his own value and he's not innocent, which he knew already. And I said, manifest, and try to manifestation, get yourself out from the jail and make impossible be impossible and show it to everybody. And that's exactly what he did.
Absolutely fascinating. Fiona Johansson, psychic investigator. Fiona, thanks so much for being on the show.
Back to Times Square today. I am your host, Greg Roulette, and I am very excited for our next guest because she is known as the Persian Medium, the subconscious mind surgeon. She's a motivational speaker, clinical hypnotherapist, and celebrity psychic medium. This is going to be a fascinating conversation with my good friend, Fia Johansson. Fia, how are you doing? Welcome to the show.
Nice to meet you. Thank you.
I am so excited to talk about what you've been up to because you've been getting some major attention lately, some amazing work with law enforcement. You've recently been featured in Forbes, Wall Street. Like, what's going on? Like, let's just start there. What's been happening with you?
Yeah, I'm shocked too, to be honest with you. Yeah, I'm honored to be featured on Forbes magazine and also co-authoring with Jack and Phil. And at the same time, I find my purpose. And my purpose was about to help others. And I started my career with law enforcement when I was at the age of 17. And I started in Stockholm. And when I came to US, I feel that I have to do the same because I do have a gift. I could help people, 1 million of them worldwide.
Yeah.
And why not? They need me and I need them to make them to feel good, relief. And then every families who reached out to me because of their missing persons, because of a lot of other individual cases, the most important part was if I can bring any relief and any happiness to them.
Yeah.
Which for me was a blessing when I could feel that I could at least actually give them some closure for their thought, their emotional feelings, and then, you know, connection with themselves again.
Exactly. Yeah, families, we need a lot of that right here, right now, today. Why do you think this is all happening now, right? Was it a certain case? Was it just you saying, I need to break? Like, why is all this attention coming your way now? The books, the media, the new business, like, why now?
I've always been around media. But this time, because of a couple of cases that I can't mention because of the security reason, I've been very known, and those cases been kind of huge cases, and Forbes got attention. That was a blessing.
Yeah.
And that was a feeling actually that I had, and then they reached out, they want to feature me, and then after that everything, and I'm actually going to be featured on Wall Street Journal in July.
Wow.
So I had a interview with iHeartRadio today. They reached out after they saw Forbes, and it was amazing. People ask me, are you just finding missing people, or are you kind of like just working with the law enforcement? No, I don't. I actually work with individual cases with people, like when people wants to talk to me and communicate with me, ask me about anything and everything.
Yeah.
It could be their love life, it could be their investments, it could be any other type of the cases, like as a business entrepreneur that they do have. So that's what I do, actually help them out.
So when does someone seek out a medium? At what point in their journey, whether it's for a missing person, for a loved one, for like their own life, when do they seek you out? Are you the last resort to help give me closure to the case, or are people starting to really see the value in bringing you into a case early?
Definitely when all the cases are starting, so they know already about like what's going on around that case. But sometimes it's very hard to put all the puzzles together to find that specific person or that specific crimes. So that's why, especially cold cases, so that's why when I came in the middle, I'm receiving those messages, I'm connecting, and at the same time, I help them to put more puzzles together and more communication with people, and that would make them to succeed faster.
Now, is this something that law enforcement has been using for forever? Is this something new to them?
It's not something new. CIA actually used psychics for so many years, and also other law enforcement also using psychic. Google using psychics, and but it's not every person. So you have to have a talent, you have to have a gift, and they are not a joke. If you are not deliver, if you are just pretending or acting, nothing good is going to happen. So you have to have the gift, you have to have a talent, and they want to see the proof and test.
Yeah.
And believe me or not, you know, I think and I believe so strongly, law enforcement, they do have some psychic abilities by themselves because they knew what's going on, but they're not really believing in their inner voice or their thought and subconscious until they get in connect, example, with me, and I'm just like, well, you already found it, but you pass it down. Why? Because you doubted about it. So we do all have. We are based on energies. We pick up energies. We're receiving energies, but we have to listen and we have to connect with that energies.
What do you think it is that makes you unique? Like, why do they bring you in for these cases?
Because I'm stubborn and because I'm telling law enforcement what to do and not to do. And if they are not listening, I'm getting out from the room. And they know me. People who actually worked with me in the past, they know I'm real and I'm serious. People who may just shaking hand with me just because of other sources that have been interviewed or introduced by. So then they kind of like, it takes time for them, maybe about 24 hours or 48 hours to get to know me. After that, they will say, well, whatever you says, yes, we do.
I love that. And the stubbornness is taking you to really good places right now. I love it. Where do you want this to go? Like, so the writing the books, the getting the attention, working with law enforcement, working with, like, where do you see yourself growing this?
I have no roof. There's no roof for me. And as long as I can help other people, that's exactly what life is. I mean, I think I do have a gift just because of one purpose. Just be there for people and let people bring love and happiness to you. And as long as I know and I feel and I breathe, I would love to help as many as I can. So people who want to talk to me about their personal issues, because I'm a clinical hypnotherapist too, so I'm removing addiction, any type of addictions with hypno.
Yeah.
I'm also actually having master degrees, psychologist master degrees from actually University of Stockholm. So basically, I can do a lot for people as far as I did all my life. Like at the age of 7.5, when I found about my abilities.
Yeah.
From that time until now, everything is just rock for me.
I love that. Now, this is a fun question we ask everybody on the show. If you could go back in time, right? So whether this is you just starting your business, maybe it was when you were young and you found out these abilities. If you could give yourself a piece of advice, knowing now what you know and where this has taken you, what would you tell yourself?
Be your own leader. Lead yourself and always be yourself. Never try to pretend to be somebody. Never try to change yourself just because someone or somebody or some country wants it you to be. Bring your unique personality, tap into your talent and energies, and just bring inspiration to people. When we are sending love and inspiration, we are receiving the same.
Yeah.
So just be yourself, be happy, and be thankful.
I love that. Now, if someone is watching this right now, and I know they are, and they're like, I need a Persian medium in my life, I need her to help my organization, like, where can they learn more? Where do they see how you can actually help them?
I do have a platform named Avid Advice, A-V-I-D, Advice, avidadvice.com. So people can reach out through my avidadvice.com platform. I do have Instagram, Persian Medium basically, just type Persian Medium.
Love it.
I have over 1,200,000 followers already, so I would love to have more followers. So, and also avidawakening.com is my place in Corona Del Mar, Newport Beach.
Okay.
But right now the waiting list is about like February 23rd, 2020. But people who would love to meet me face to face, I would say go to fiona@avidawakening.com, send an email, and I will be there for you in no time.
Lots of different ways to learn more, lots of different ways to contact you. Please reach out because she can help you, whether it's getting closure or learning more or getting that insight into what you need to know. Fia, thank you so much for being a guest here.
Thank you so
today.
much. Thank you.
Definitely. And we'll be back with more from Times Square today in just a minute.
Naturally to me, I never decide for any of those messages. The only responsibility that I have is that I have to deliver the messages.
What was your reading like with Persian Medium? Oh my god, I love her. So I actually had a moment with her when she was walking in. She came by our table for water, and it was just like, whew. That's how I felt. Are you gonna like come back for more? Oh yeah.
You don't even leave it. It was all kind of things I kind of knew. I felt intuitively guided. It's nice to feel her tap into those deeper places and I guess reveal hidden places that I sense and feel, but have her kind of present them.
She said, I'm going to meet a man who's going to come right to me. It's been quite a while, and if that happens, I'm going to be in huge debt to her.
This was a great reading today because it lifts my spirit. Spirits have been depressed for a while because of adverse happenings going on. I'm very pleased about that.
I went to her workshop yesterday and it was awesome. Yes, and I got her book, so I'm excited about that.
Well, this is the only reading I've done, and it's the only reading I would do, and it's because I just know that.
She
she told me things that I already knew. And then she also told me things that I was surprised with. Like she could read me. Like things I was in denial of, she was actually reading what I was in denial of. So it was wonderful. It really was.
I didn't say a word. She just knew exactly how I felt about it. You know? She's absolutely right. So it's kind of like you have the answers inside somewhere, and she kind of validated what I was thinking.
If you're a person that trying to, make your sense or see your sensualities in your emotion, your vision, imagination, your subconscious mind, get close to that power, then you can see, feel, and connect to the spirit.
Welcome back to the Global Entrepreneurship Initiative. I'm excited to introduce our next speaker, Ms. Fia Johansson, who's better known as the Persian medium and subconscious mind surgeon. She's a multi-talented motivational speaker, clinical hypnotherapist, and celebrity psychic medium. An author who works closely with law enforcement to help locate missing people and solve difficult criminal cases with detectives and as well as private investigators. Throughout her career, she's helped thousands of people identify personal roadblocks to help them truly believe in their own path to success, whatever that dream may be. Her greatest passion in life is helping others achieve their ultimate dreams and desires, teaching people to believe that truly anything is possible. Please help me welcome to the stage Ms. Fia Johansson.
Welcome back. Did you know that police departments across the country and even the CIA sometimes turn to psychics to help them solve cases? Victims' families looking for answers also turn to mediums for closure. Fiona Johansson is an author as well as a licensed psychologist and hypnotist.
Welcome back. Our next guest is a celebrity medium, a clinical hypnotherapist, a holistic healer, and holds a master's in psychology. Fia Johansson is known as the Persian medium, and she's even worked with intelligence agencies and law enforcement to find answers in cases. She also wants all of us to discover our best selves. Fia, good morning.
Hey, everybody, welcome back. I'm Jack Canfield, your host for Hollywood Live. My next guest, Fia Johansson, is an amazing person. She is speaks 5 languages, which I find very impressive. She's emigrated to several countries, has a psychology degree from the University of Stockholm in Sweden. She is a hypnotherapist, clinical hypnotherapist and healer, and God knows probably other things I don't even know about.
Hi, welcome back to Times Square today. I am your host, Greg Roulette, and I am very excited for our next guest because she is known as the Persian medium, the subconscious mind surgeon. She's a motivational speaker, clinical hypnotherapist, and celebrity psychic medium. This is going to be a fascinating conversation with my good friend, Fia Johansson.
For centuries, it's believed that mediums have been able to mediate communication between spirits of the dead and living human beings. People usually recruit mediums to help them get in contact with family members or friends who have passed on. But celebrity psychic Fiona Johansson is also using her abilities to help law enforcement solve cold cases and help exonerate and free innocent inmates. And Fiona is joining us now. Fiona, welcome to the show.
Thank you for having me. How are you doing today?
Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome.
Time for Gemma's Spirit World with Gemma. Live from GemmaSpiritWorld.com.
Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio.
Or one of our websites,
askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv.
This is Gemma's Spirit World
on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hello, everyone. How are we tonight? How is everyone doing, and how has everyone's week been? So, my week, let's see. I've had a really lovely week. It's lots going on in my world. lovely Mother's Day that was on the weekend, so a lovely time with my children and my partner. So, yes, it was a lovely weekend. Basically, the weather here on the Gold Coast is absolutely beautiful. The best thing that I love about the month of May here on the Gold Coast is that, you know, the days are beautiful, it's sunny, you know, it's warm, you know, you can still be in, you know, summer clothes, and at night time, you know, it's a lot cooler. You know, the best part of my day is coming home and obviously seeing my family, but I love getting into my pajamas because, you know, the nights are cooler, and, you know, and at night time, the best part also is that the kids sleep. They sleep because it's darker earlier, and it's darker earlier in the morning too. So the children sleep in longer, and time is to really have those quiet times to meditate and do things that I need to before they wake up. So I'd just like to talk a little bit about also my the week. The best part that I love is going into work on Wednesday, and it's surrounding myself with positive, uplifting, happy work colleagues, you know, and I really look forward to work, and I think it's important for everyone to surround themselves with people that, you know, support your ideas, your dreams, and just your ideas, but have people that know that you're worthy, and know that, you know, you have people around you always uplifting you and creating happiness around you. There's nothing worse having toxic people in your life that really bring your energy levels down. So just really be mindful of the people that, you know, you have in your life, and know that, you know, it's totally up to you who you have in your life, and just be aware of, you know, how you feel about, you know, certain people around you. I know that I like to be around positive people, and there's nothing worse to just really feeling like, you know, it just feels suffocating when people are just dragging your emotions and really just not happy people. So that was just my tip for the week, just to really surround yourself with high vibrational people. Okay, so I'm going to take our first caller. We have Penny. I cannot remember where Penny was from. Louisiana. Hello, Penny. How are you today?
I've been better. How are you?
Oh, thank you. You don't sound too well.
I'm all right.
Yeah. Which areas in your life would you like me to focus on for you at the moment?
Just my personal life. Just where am I going? You know, what's my purpose?
Can you just say that again? Sorry, we just have poor connection on my end.
Just where am I going? What am I going to do? You know, what's my purpose?
Okay.
General.
Yep, just general stuff. Okay, at the moment, is your health okay at the moment? I just feel really tight. I feel really like I've got a lot going on around my chest area. Have you had with your health lately?
I have bronchitis.
Pardon, what was that, Punny?
I have bronchitis.
Oh, you have bronchitis. I'm so sorry to hear that. I can feel that on my chest. I feel really heavy at the moment. And I feel like you have a lot going on in your mind. My head feels really heavy. So I feel like, you know, you're in your life at the moment, you're at a crossroad. I see you being at crossroads with work. Have you been thinking about making a new change in your work?
Yes. I just moved from Kansas. I had 2 jobs. I quit both my jobs, and I moved all the way from Kansas all the way to Baton Rouge.
Yep. Okay. Gosh, lots of traveling in between.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I can feel that, and I can feel the exhaustion around, you know, feeling like everything's really up in the air and not feeling like you're grounded, or, you know, have that, not really feeling like you're settled in where you're at the moment. Is that correct?
That's correct.
So with work, okay, so you've moved. Okay, I'm just having a look. I just see, like, for you for the future, I can see ahead of you that the roads ahead are really bumpy for you. I feel like you're going up and down. Like, I feel like that, or not feel, sorry, I'm seeing the roads up and down for you. I really see that you're just really at a crossroad, and it's about deciding whereabouts you want to be and what kind of people you really want to surround yourself around. Are you able to let me know what kind of work you do? Because I keep seeing, is it that any of the medical field? I just have lots of, whether it's doctors or nurses. What kind of job do you do at the moment?
I'm not doing anything at the moment. I'm a caretaker right now.
Oh, okay. So that's where because I was seeing, okay, so you look after people. Is that correct? That's what you were doing?
Yes. That's what I'm doing right now.
Okay. Yeah, okay. And I feel like that it's not the kind of work that you want to continue doing. Is that correct?
I'm better than this.
Yeah, definitely. Like, I see that there's lots more out there for you. There's something else that you've been wanting to do but really haven't stepped outside of your comfort zones to do it. Is that correct? There's something totally different that you're wanting to do in your life?
Yeah.
And it's more study. Does it have more study? Are you actually looking at doing more study?
Well, I don't think so, but I can.
Oh, no, like it's like a different course kind of thing that's going to help you, like where I'm seeing you at the moment. Because I see you studying, but I really see you studying for the kind of job that you want to go into. And it's totally different from looking after people. It's really more about, it's a job that's not going to be so exhausting on your health as well. Does that resonate with you?
Yeah.
Yep.
I'm looking for.
Yeah, and I just really seeing that the job that you're going to, I just feel like, I don't know, it just feels a lot lighter. You know what, I don't know what kind of job that you're going to go into, but I just know that you're going to be able to think clearer. You're going to be very motivated, and you're going to have lots of people looking up to you. Can I ask what kind of course or what kind of job that you're looking at going into?
I don't have any clue.
Oh, you don't have any clue. Okay, because what I'm seeing for you at the moment is that what I was seeing, because I just wanted to confirm it, was that I see you being, it's more of a leadership role, but I feel like that it's like, I see, and it's split levels, and it feels like whether it's in like a department, but I really feel like that, you know, you're in charge of a lot of things. It's like, you know, whether it's department of, what I'm seeing is a shopping centre, but not kind of like it is a shopping centre, but it's departments or something, whether it's fashion or, but I'm really seeing you playing a big role in having, managing people below you, if that makes sense.
Okay. That makes sense.
Pardon?
It does make sense.
It does? Okay. And that's what I was saying with the, I just had to clear mine. I was just, sorry, I just had it come through and then come back out. And with the studying around you, I see that it's a role that you're going to just need more, whether, you know, you're going to study further in just to have the skills involved to be able to do this particular job. I know that you are very intelligent, and I feel like you don't put your mind, everything that you have in your head, in your brain, I feel like you don't put it out there for everyone to see. Because you have some really great ideas, and it's about putting those great ideas that you have up here into action. Does that make sense with you?
Yes.
Yeah. So I just see that there's going to be lots of people around you, and that people are really going to listen to everything that you have to say. And I feel like it's not going to be too stressful. Like the job isn't going to be too stressful for you because you can really do anything, and I can see that you're motivated for change into your life at the moment.
Yes.
And I feel that your health at the moment is really important at the moment, is to really look after yourself. But what I do see for you is that, that you are filling out application forms and you're getting that out there. So you're really looking at the kind of work that that really ticks off your interest, if that makes sense.
Yes.
Yeah. So that's what I'm really seeing for you at the moment. I've also have an image coming through, and I know it's totally it's come out of nowhere, but I just see you. Are you doing anything with your hair at the moment?
No, my hair does me.
No. Because I just see you at the hairdressers, and I know that it sounds crazy, but what I'm seeing is it's really a time in your life to really look after yourself and treat yourself, like I feel like with all the work that you have been doing is that you've put your needs, you haven't put your needs first, and that you've put other people first, and it's a time for you to really look after yourself before you can actually, I think, once you look after yourself, you'll be able to step back and really look at your life and see where you want to go.
Thank you.
Yeah. I just like to draw you a card. Are you okay?
Yeah, I'm fine.
You're okay? Okay, I'm going to draw you a card just before you go. The card I have for you is breaking free. So it's letting you know that you have the confidence and you have the motivation to really show other people what you're worth, what you're capable of doing. So to really put yourself out of your comfort zones, and only you can be the one to make that next move for everything to happen for you. So I really wish you all the best for the future, but I do see that there's lots going on. There's lots to look forward to, but just really look after yourself first and then really set those goals to where you want to go.
Okay.
Okay, Penny, thank you. Thank you for calling up tonight.
Thank you so much.
Okay, bye. Okay, we have our next caller. Dave, are you able to put that up again for me, please? Jennifer from Oregon. How are you tonight?
Good, how are you?
Oh, very well, thank you. So how can I help you? What areas in your life would you like me to look into?
I guess I'm going to be having surgery come up. If that's everything going to be okay, and if anybody's coming through for me.
Okay, just a question. When you said surgery, do you have anything going on around your chest area or heart?
No.
Okay, because I just feel like whether you've got a lot of anxiety as well going on around this area, because I just feel like my heart got really, like it shook. So basically I got flutters in my chest area. So whether you're very, very anxious of this surgery that's upcoming.
Yes.
And is it in the next 3 weeks? It's very soon, isn't it?
Yeah.
Okay, because that's what I'm seeing. I'm actually seeing that you have, okay, yeah. I'm seeing that you have lots of support around you. I'm also seeing that, I'm seeing lots at the moment. I actually have someone here in spirit with me. She is a lady, and whether she's on your mother's side, but she's really showing me Okay, so what she looks like is that she has like blondie grey hair, really curly. Well, not curly, it's curly. And she's like, I'm going to say like a little lady, but she's very much, is this resonating with you at all? Like your grandmother?
Yeah.
Yep, and what she has flowers. Is your birthday coming up at all?
In a month.
Okay, because she's here with me at the moment, and she's actually got these bluey purple flowers, and she's really she's given me the flowers to give to you. She's just letting me know that she is always with you, but she's also letting you know that to have faith, not to give up.
Okay.
She's also showing me, did she pass on like some jewelry, like a locket to you at all?
Not that I know of. Probably no one gave it to me if she did.
Okay, it's just that she's showing me like this little necklace, and it looks like a locket or something that she really held close to her heart that she left for you, but she's just showing me, I'm really just drawn to this necklace as well in her hands. And she's also letting me know that, okay, she's also brought to my attention, is there a wedding around you at the moment?
No, not this year or anything.
Not this year? Are you actually thinking of,
No.
not thinking, you're not getting married or next year? Is there wedding plans going on at the moment? It doesn't necessarily
no,
mean you're married.
Married. Yeah.
Okay, and if you don't mind me asking, was your Nana, was she around you at the time for your wedding?
No.
Okay, because that's what she's really brought. Gosh, I can't even think the words today. She's actually, what she's showing me is that it's brought to my attention that she's really noting that she was there around when you got married as well. She's also showing me that there's a strong bond that you have with your husband, and that he's very supportive, and he's really holding your hand. I just see that he's holding your hand. This is the gesture she's showing me, is she's like this, and that she's holding your hand, but she's letting me know that your husband holds your hand a lot. Does that resonate with you?
Yeah.
Yep, and that he's, and what I keep seeing 24, whether it's 24 hours, but I just feel like he's always there for you around the clock. I just feel like he's your obviously biggest support, but I feel like, he's there, like what I'm saying is with the 24 is that if you need him, he's there. Is that correct? Like if you were apart and if you needed him for something, he's always there. I keep seeing the 24 around you.
Yes.
I've also really drawn to my throat. Like I'm not sure where you've got the surgery going on at the moment, but I'm really drawn around my throat area as well. Have you got anything going on with your throat?
It's just been getting sore because of my allergies.
Okay, so that's what I'm picking up with okay, so you've got allergies going on as well. Okay, so what I also seeing at the moment, I see that, the surgery is going to be very successful, because I keep seeing the words, I keep seeing, obviously the good luck, but it's a lot more like the banners. When you wake up and you've got flowers and you have, you obviously have support, you have family around you, but it was the get well signs, and, that's what I'm seeing around you as well.
Okay.
Yeah, and I'm also sorry. No, you go.
Oh, I was going to ask a question.
Yeah, you ask away.
Is there any other people around me?
Any other people around you? I also have I have quite a few actually, but obviously your Nana was really, she's really more vivid. Like I can see her and feel her a lot more than the other people. But I do have I have 2 males in front of me as well.
Okay.
But what they're doing at the moment is that they're just really supportive. They actually, basically, they're not really saying much unless they were the kind of people not to be very talkative. But I feel like, do you actually have a brother in spirit at all?
No.
No?
Are you able to bring people forward?
Only if they allow or want to come forward. But no, at the moment, I just really have your grandma that's next to me.
Okay.
She's just very patient.
About my mom.
About your mum? Yeah. At the moment, I just have your nana. She's just, really just standing here very patiently. Really just. Yeah, she's just really there for your support.
Okay.
Yeah. And just to know that, just because I don't see your mum today is that, she's always around you and always with you. Because, your nana's really just has come through strong today. Just to know that even though your mum's not here with me, that she is around you, always supporting you and guiding you, and that your nana's also let me know, do you actually have vivid dreams at all?
Vivid dreams?
Yeah, vivid dreams, like you can recall your dreams really well?
Yeah, I do all the time.
Okay, because that's what she's letting me know about your sleep, that it's also, she's just letting me know about your sleep. So she's obviously very aware of your dreams as well.
Okay.
And she's also showing me, do you have a love for plants at all?
Lots of what?
A love for plants, like pot plants. Plants?
Plants?
Yes.
No, not really.
Not really? Because what she's showing me, I'm just going to describe. She has this plant and she's like, she wants to give this plant to you. And it's like, as you would nurture as if someone would give you a plant, you nurture the plant. So basically what she's letting me know is that to nurture yourself, to look after yourself, to get enough rest and to eat well.
Okay.
Yeah. Is there anything else you would like to ask me?
I guess I have so many questions, and then it comes and then I don't have any. I guess are able to tell me, I guess, if my brother's going in the right direction.
Okay, so your brother, okay. At the moment, what I'm seeing for him is that the roads ahead, so basically his path ahead is very rocky. I feel like he's in and out. So I'm not sure what that means. I just heard in and out, like whether he's can get himself into trouble and then he's always trying to get himself out of trouble of things that he gets caught up into that he doesn't intentionally put himself into. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Yeah. So what I'm saying is that I just feel like that he's going around in circles as well, because I see him going around in circles, and I really feel like he's got a lot going on in his mind. And I also feel like that the people around him at the moment aren't the kind of people that aren't the most positive people around him. Is that correct?
I'm not too sure.
Okay. So that what I'm saying is that he's just in an area in his life where he just feel like he's not moving, but he's just a bit stuck and he's a bit confused and not sure where he wants to go in his life. But I feel like that where he is going isn't, I'm not going to say the right, he needs to work it out he needs to work it out for himself and not have others work it out for him, if that makes sense. But I do see that once he actually really knows what kind of people he wants around him and what kind of work he wants to do, then I see that his future is very bright. It's just a matter of him, I guess, also accepting himself as well, but also he needs to really, what I'm seeing for him is that he has lots of questions in his head that he likes to answer, but I just see that he's very confused as well. So it's just a matter of him knowing what kind of people he wants around his life and where he wants to go. So I do see that I do see that his path ahead is very rocky, but it will get to the point that, you know, everything's going to turn out well, but it's more of him learning, just going through a cycle in his life where he's learning a lot about himself and the people that are around him. Does that make sense to you?
Yes. And I just wanted to know, what does, I guess, my future look like in jobs?
I feel like where you're at the moment that you have lots of support, and I feel like, but knowing that, I see that there's something else outside of your work that you want to do, and I still feel like it's connected to what you're doing. So whether you actually are stepping up in a higher role, if that makes sense to you at the moment.
Kind of. I'm a stay-at-home mom, so I take care of everyone.
Okay, so you're a stay-at-home mum. So pretty much for later on, I do see lots of study around you at the moment too. I really need to end our session. Thank you for calling up tonight. I just only have 60 seconds left. Thank you. Have a lovely night. That's okay.
You too. Thanks.
Okay, bye. 30 seconds. Okay, so I'd just like to thank everyone that called up tonight. Oh my goodness, it was, you know, I'm not going to say it was an easy session, an easy reading for me tonight, and I know that I don't always connect well, but, you know, I do learn at the same time, and just to let people know that when spirit do come through, it's for, you know, the spirit family members that want to pass on that, I basically can't bring through certain people. So just want to let everyone know. So thank you A1R Psychic Radio for our show tonight, and I hope everyone has a lovely weekend.